Hi guys, I just want to apologize for the delay. I had all my research all ready to go and ready to get into the comments and all that stuff, and my research was completely like rug pulled for real. The whole outline, all my markers, everything. I was like, you got to be kidding me. So I had to get them all lined up again. So I apologize for that. I didn't want to do that on the live show, um, and want to make it for obviously a good show, right? Get to the point and all that stuff. So um, later on in the show, instead of like how we traditionally do it in regards to like investor plays, you're gonna have to stick around for that because I realize a lot of people are wanting just to jazz me right at first. So if you appreciate the coverage, you want to stay tuned for the investor plays coverage. We're gonna do a little bit different. It's gonna be towards the end, okay? Because of the delay. All right, that's only fair. Let's have you guys obviously follow me on X if you choose to do so. Let's kick it in the comments because we obviously need to do that. Please smash the like for both X and also YouTube. If it ticks you off that there's a delay, hey, I understand. But anyway, yeah, let's recognize some comments. Good crowd of people already here, and let's start off with some first comments. It might have been other people. I think it actually was like Brittany, technically speaking. So I'll give a shout out to Brittany. Thank you for being the first comment. But this is the first one that technically shows up right now, and it's from Rodney Smith. He says, "Max, thank you, and Rob opened his eyes to a completely different world. Awesome, thank you. You're very welcome." Sem79, are we there yet? Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. It just I had no idea that all my research was literally going to be rug pulled because like it just timed out on an outage right here at the house. Power went out and just literally like all of it gone, and I was like, you got to be kidding. So I had to reload it, and it messed up with the markers because a lot of it's pulled from online sources. Anyway, one of those things, guys. All right, Crypto Coin guy from the Elmo token. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. We're just gonna do maybe a couple more minutes just welcoming people. Kevin Kiesler, thank you for being here as well. Lord of the Realm, Crypto Homes 777, and JE in the house. Tim Shea, Mayor Crypto Commissioner, Beebs in the house. A lot of you guys. Sorry if I don't read every little comment. Cool Cat Crypto, XXI Gaming. Do appreciate a lot of you guys here. Orange Sun and Jasmy coin. What was that about 2 screens? I don't understand that. All right, let's see here. In his opinion, Jasmy focuses on marketing the product, not the price. Well, they definitely that's one of the things they've been actually people have been giving constructive criticism about lack of marketing. So that's an interesting statement. All right. Albert, welcome. Goo God, Blackwood, a lot of you guys, thank you for being here. Let's just go ahead and kick it into what we have here in a bit. And see what we have. Let me just double check the other screen, see if we're good. We are. All right. So, guys, I would appreciate if you can smash the like. I understand there's other shows going on as we speak. We're just gonna get into the nitty gritty of this here in a bit. So let's pull up the branding. And yes, where in the world is that? All right, here we go. Okay. So basically speaking, there's going to be quite a bit of the outline to get into. You did see the thumbnail. Yes, it says 2 ISO standards. It'd be one thing that would have been impressive in regards to just one ISO standard, but actually 2 ISO standards. I know I pointed out in the past when it comes to Jasmy, if they wanted to scale up even further beyond what they're going to do, obviously with their layer 2 junction and so on, that taking it also from there in the future, who knows, maybe by 2030, we don't know that. In regards to ISO TC307 standard, the quant network standard, because there's working groups in Japan and so on. So tonight, we're going to show you a few key things. For one, how would you like to actually see some of these working groups? And who are they specifically? All right. So I gave you guys a little taste on the chopped up Jasmy video in regards to Jasmy and Shred. You heard from that particular panel, and some of those guys come from Germany, Japan, and some other places, right? So we also have, of course, the medical outline. I know it sounds just absolutely bonkers to hear something like Neurolink. I totally get that. So what I want to first do is I want to jump into what we have in regards to this specific outline. And yeah, we're just going to go ahead and pull it all up for you. It's solid in my opinion. Um, I did have a little bit more, but I'm trying to condense it, and it didn't help that my research kind of got rugged, if you will, right before the show. So let's start off with, recognizing what's going on with that. And let's go ahead and pull this straight from this source right here. We're going to start off with Junction. So let's pull this up. And here you go. Now, you guys saw some big announcements from Hara in regards to Junction. We understand that this particular, event has already come and gone. Some of you guys seen some highlights. I thought we'd get into a little bit more in regards to elaborating about this. Okay. So let's go ahead and full screen this, pull it up. You'll see here that you have the one and only Hara at this particular event. And of course, some people share this in regards to, was it the 12th? Okay. Thought I would zoom in a little bit about this. So check this out for yourself. And when you zoom in on Hara and what he has presented here, clearly you can see that's Hara. All right. So you will see here, it talks about like a solution. All right. And it talks about, for example, data pools. You see this things when you zoom in about an AI model hub. And of course, layer 2 for AI. All right. Barely can see it at the bottom because it's kind of blurry. Talks about the whole thing like interoperability. Okay. Jump into the next part of why I want to obviously share all this. Okay. Is this. So I know there's a lot of talk about AI. A lot of you guys are really excited about it. You feel as though anywhere from 2024 to 2026, if you're invested in AI tokens, you should see like, crazy price action and so on. Some of you guys like Jack Thompson literally tell me on the phone, 9,000%. Well, guess what? I am not a fortune teller or anything like that. And this isn't technically my AI deep dive, right? And I will get that out to you guys in due time. But this is more like a combination of confirming, in my eyes, some things that a lot of us weren't really aware of. Okay. So for one, if you're wondering about the source for this, if you go to jasmy-global.medium.com, you will see one of these recent things being mentioned. And it says specifically, currently speaking, OpenAI's products are difficult to prove how the answers were generated. This is because the input data is mainly from the internet and lacks accuracy. We would like, as in Jasmy, a distributed data library for accurate data input from, of course, two perspectives. For one, the PDL, the database associated with the owner itself, from which data feeds to AI training can be traced. So I want you guys to hear that, especially about the part of OpenAI. What we're going to do now is take a pause to show this chopped up clip of the one and only Taro Kono when he was interviewed. Pay attention to this, especially if you're talking to your broskies and sisters that are in the audience as we speak. So let's go ahead and get that clip to you. It's pretty short, to the point for the most part, but definitely worth paying attention to. So listen to this. Here we go.
You yourself, I know you've experienced your deep fakes, for example. Have you toyed with ChatGPT? What do you make of this new technology?
Well, ChatGPT is great. I feel a lot of possibility, but you need to be very careful. I asked the ChatGPT who Taro Kono, who Kono Taro is, and it came back with wrong answer. So you need to be careful how you're going to deal with it. but I think the technology will get better, and we hope. And what we are really concerned is most of the data set that has been fed to ChatGPT, GPT-4, other generative AI, mostly in English language. So there are a very small amount of data set in the Japanese language, as well as Korean, Tagalog, Malay, Indonesian, the minority language data set compared to English is not big. So it could be skewed. And we are now trying to come up with strategy. How are we going to feed the data set in the Japanese language?
Okay. What I'm trying to establish with you guys is the concept of supply and demand, and if anything, chopping up these particular clips. Sorry, there's just got a little bit dust in here earlier because crazy weather. So supply and demand. Think about what Mr. Taro Kono mentioned. Okay, in that regard, we have some more clips to share with you guys. Some of them are actually pretty recent. There was one actually from mainstream news, believe it or not. I think it was maybe a week or two. And I thought, interesting to hear his thoughts and concerns in regards to Japan and the role that they're playing for this next era of taking things from Web 2 to Web 3. We're going to do now is jump into this next particular part of the outline. Let's go ahead and do that. And what you're going to see right here, also very, very interesting, is this. And this comes from KJ. I'm sure you guys have heard about KJ. Let's go ahead and share this straight from X. And basically speaking, if you're wondering about KJ, he is this guy, right? He's a community manager in regards to Jasmy Labs, Jasmy, and Junction, right? He's kind of, I guess you could say, the American PR guy, if you want to call him that. He talks about how this weekend or last weekend, the team's event was held in Tokyo. A lot of you guys have seen other stations covering this. I think also, our brother Rob. But Junction had a booth, and there was, of course, KJ participating, and you, of course, can meet him and all this, right? A lot of us kind of know about this. And what's really interesting is when you zoom in, as the saying goes, let's take you to this. And, it talks about, for example, this summit, 120 speakers, 100 VCs, VC investors, right? Again, I want you guys to pay attention to the VC investors because there's one in particular that really, 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 in my eyes, flew under the what? The radar, big time. Of course, there's this retweet that was basically, Japanese. I've interpreted it into I almost said AI, into English. So Japanese to English. So many speakers, right? 5,000. All right. All this stuff about this event that really happened. But your key takeaway is invigorating the Web3 AI industry in Japan and how it will present the latest information and unreleased information, the schedule, etc., etc. When we go over to the web3.teams.co.jp site, you will see this summit. Of course, this is this year's summit, right? It already happened. All these ones going across the screen. The one that I want you to pay attention to is the one that talks about Emergo. This is one that really flew under the radar. Why am I pointing it out tonight? Well, again, smash the like. Let's get into why you want to pay attention to, quote unquote, Emergo, right? So for one, I'm going to take you over to here. This is straight from the Emergo site. So if you want to check it out, it's EMERGOBYUL.com. Go to the About page. Why is Max pointing this out? I'll show you why here in a second. So the first thing you want to pay attention to is where you see the talk about a solutions provider, right? And what they're all about. So Emergo, by UL's market access team, maintains offices in 25 global locations. They have extensive network of medical device IVD, RA/QA experts. They have partnered with key industry professionals, including Med Envoy for European representation services. They have also partnered with Greenlight Guru, what a name, right? For electronic quality management systems, Compliance Wire for UL solutions, in regards to electronic learning management solutions. But check this out for a second. They launched a regulatory affairs management suite, which is called RAMS, back in 2019. And of course, RAMS has quickly become a go-to for what? Software as a service solution to complement traditional RA/QA consulting services. And of course, there's a lot more about some of this. But what's also interesting, and I'm not pointing it out in regards to like, saying this is what you clicked on for ISO, but this company, okay, has an ISO certificate. And what's really, really interesting is when you go or even on the far right side about their products and their goals, it's about this whole thing of medical device usability and how they have offices all over North America, Europe, Asia. And it's really, really interesting to see that this company decided to be at this particular event and where they're trying to take their company to in regards to like the next level, if you will. When we go to the next part of emergobyul.com/services, again, understanding that they also went to the Teams Web3 AI Summit, why would a company like this want to find out more about AI? Well, think about it. Look what it says in regards to privacy, security services. Emergo's by UL data privacy team has extensive experience in helping medical device, in vitro diagnostic manufacturers, patient privacy regulation or regulatory requirements, I should say, for what? Global markets. They have in-depth experience, I should say, with the US and European data privacy requirements. That's interesting. They're also addressing and helping people with the whole thing of manufacturer needs for a range of what? Connected devices. Do we now have an idea that if you're this particular company, you might want to pay attention to what Jasmy could provide or bring to the table? At least I would. I definitely would. And I'm not saying that necessarily the whole team listened to Hara, but it's very interesting to see these particular people there. So we jump to the next part, a little bit more about Emergo. Look what it says here. Let's full screen this. Talks about this whole thing of human factors, the research and design to bring medical products to market. They have a consulting team that's helped customers succeed in hundreds of product development projects. Over 50 full-time specialists. Of course, offices, like I point out, US, Europe, and Asia. Expert in US FDA and global human factors engineering and those standards. But they're uniquely focused on the medical and healthcare domain. Let's listen to this. Pay attention to this for 2 minutes and 22 seconds. This is just the tip of the iceberg, everybody. I want to give you just this. Listen to this. Smash the like on both X and YouTube. Let's get the program out. You'll be glad that you paid attention to the presented material tonight. I'm telling you flat out, it gets even better. Here we go.
Whether reading, tapping, gripping, twisting, or pulling, people connect with products through the user interface. At Emergo by UL, our Human Factors Research and Design team optimizes the UI, making your products people-friendly. We bring deep expertise in user interface and user experience design to every step of the process. From discovery to research, analysis, design, evaluation, and validation. We bring a holistic, user-centered approach that fortifies your product development. Good process creates well-designed products that are easier to use, so users have an experience that's safe, effective, and satisfying. Poor process produces poorly designed products that can be annoying, confusing, or even harmful. Integrating our user-centered design expertise into any stage of your product development helps you reduce risk, boost consumer confidence, make faster decisions, and get to market more quickly. UI design starts with discovering your product goals and user needs. Next, we conceptualize through design sessions. Then, we craft new features and workflows. From there, we build mock-ups and prototypes. Analyze how people interact with them. Evaluate the data to quickly refine the design, and repeat. Based on feedback, analysis, and people's interactions, we keep refining to achieve an exceptional user experience. This process is proven and reliable. Our team of thought leaders produces books, articles, and seminars that reinforce a simple principle. There are no user errors, only design flaws that cause use errors. So we optimize every contact point in hardware and packaging, software and labeling, instructions and training to design a better user experience, improve your product safety, and meet regulators' expectations. Rely on the expertise of Emergo by UL.
Okay, so basically this part about ISO, all right, in regards to Emergo, would you like to see their particular ISO certificate? Well, let's go ahead and pull that up as well. Just going to close out a few more tabs because there's going to be a lot, basically. And yes, let's pull this up. Here it is, straight from the Emergo PDF. And like you can see on the screen, it's in regards to their certificate of registration. It's quality management system, ISO 13485, colon 2016. And basically what you see here is they have this, I guess you could say, headquartered in Austin, Texas. There's a certificate number that you see right here. Talks about how they operate a quality management system which complies with the requirements of ISO 13485, colon 2016 for the following scope. What is the scope? Basically, clinical affairs, quality system implementation, the training of such things, and basically being European authorized representation and even Australian sponsor delivered to the medical device industry. Okay. And this part, which we'll get into a little bit later, for and on behalf of BSI. I'll get a little bit more into the whole thing about BSI a little bit later. Some of you guys that really study this, you already know where I'm going with this. I know you do. So let's jump into the next part of what we have. Here's a little bit more about this from literally the ISO.org site and this particular standard, the 13485 standard. And no, I'm not saying that Jasmy has a standard, but I'm going to point out some things. And I'm not even getting started. You think that this is where I'm at with the whole ISO thing? We haven't even got to the stuff. That would be technically fluff. I'm not going to give you fluff. All right, I'm going to give you something solid. Check this out for a second. So we have ISO 13485, colon 2016, medical devices, quality management systems, requirements for regulatory purposes. When was the standard last reviewed and confirmed? It was in 2020. So that's good that, they kind of keep up with the audit, because in that regard, maybe they would fall out of compliance, right? They have a big old thing about this, abstract and so on, gets into the nitty gritty about all this and why it's important. But again, kind of like back to what I was talking about earlier, and that is the whole thing of BSI. All right, let's jump into this next particular part. Okay, so why is Max pointing this out? Well, I'll get into all that, but what is the purpose for ISO 13485? Well, if you go over here, it basically states a little bit more about quality management system. And again, if you're wondering about Jasmy, we're going to give you a reference on that as well. Okay. For medical device manufacturing, ISO 13485 is the medical industry's optimal medical device standard, which ensures that all medical devices meet the proper regulatory compliance laws and customer needs. As we get more into this specifically as it regards to the meaning of ISO 13485, internationally agreed upon set of standard quality management systems. Talks about the design, the installation, the services, the manufacturing, medical devices. Back to ISO 13485, first published in 1996, and has, of course, been revised in 2003 and 2016, so on and so forth, right? So there's more explanation about this, but it was designed to be used by organizations involved in design, production, installation, and it could be used by internal and external parties, such as certification bodies, to help them basically with their auditing process. But it blankets a big thing in regards to medical devices. What about medical devices and IoT? Think about it for a second, okay? So as I got into this a little bit more, I said to myself, well, do we have any examples lately in regards to Jasmy and all this? In regards to like a medical management system or any type of management system? Well, the answer is yes. How so? If you went over to jasmy-global.medium.com, where it talks about Jasmy Secure PC, a strong security solution using blockchain. Well, remember how we talked about the whole thing of Kinro Shishi? I don't know if you guys remember that. Back to this, just briefly, as an example. Okay, so we're going to see here a little bit back, back to the topic. Talks about some of this stuff, right? Strong security solution doing what? Well, using blockchain technology and how it's going to start a service linkage with, API with Kinro Shishi, cloud-based attendance management system, developed and provided by Software Agency System, has the references to some of these people, and it's a company engaged in the life balance management. Shows a little bit more about this. Of course, it's in Japanese. But the point was a computer operation information recording of the drive recorder function of Jasmy Secure PC with attendance management. You don't think that the medical industry doesn't have a lot of, attendance management, especially when it comes to their staff? Again, small example, but is there something bigger than what we know on the surface? Absolutely there is. Let's take you over to the next part of this, because it gets into this pretty well detailed, in my opinion. Just got to the highlights. Like I said, some of that got deleted earlier, and I had to scramble for you guys, but I managed to pull it back up. What is Cloud Attendance Management System? Kinro Shishi means line of labor in Japanese. Look at this, cloud-based management, attendance management system. It's got, some complexities, but it's used in regards to the workforce. It's evolved to handle complex attendance management for hotels and hospitals. Interesting. Can also operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So this thing of Jasmy in regards to Kinro Shishi, there is your proof that it's not a nothing burger. There is no what ifs. We already have an example. And how long ago? I don't know. 2 weeks to a month ago, give or take. That's pretty recent. Is that all I have? No way. No way at all. Let's jump over to this. A little bit more about this. This is from Kinro44.jp. Kinrou 44.jp. This is interpreted from Japanese to English. What is the thing that says here? Talks about this in regards to shift management, project man-hour management, collaboration with companies, services, peace of mind support. And look what also says. Does it involve workflows? Yeah, if you do a Control F on this site, it literally comes to a one-of-one result. And yeah, workflows. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Do we have an ecosystem of these guys? Oh yeah, of course. And I covered that in the past. Let's take you over to something that you might not have been aware of. We just talked about, obviously medical. What about medical data? What about that valuation in regards to medical data? How big could it really, really be? right? Well, it's absolutely huge. This is from Investor Place. I guess you guys know I cover a lot of things, at least weekly, from Investor Place. And for the purposes of the outline tonight, the Investor Place update will be at the very, very end of the show. Investor Place wrote up about Jasmy and wrote up about a whole thing about medical valuation. That caught my eye. Should catch your eye too. Let's jump into that as well. If you appreciate the coverage, smash the like, share the show. Let's get this out to a broader audience. So, as you can see here, Investor Place does a report about this. Says that in a parallel universe, Jasmy could have a future. Individual medical records are worth up to $250 per person. This is from Investor Place. You know, you want to talk about me doing deep dives. These guys are literally like some of the smartest people you can possibly imagine that have a track record of picking like top picks in crypto and also stocks. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, medical records worth up to $250 per person. Those willing to share that information would or should receive significant compensation. Plenty of hedge funds would love to know spending habits to front run earning reports. The $10 value of banking and credit card transactions could be far more valuable in these hands. Jasmy Coin's stated goals are also noble. Founding team, if accurate, offers a pedigree that few crypto tokens can match. Yeah, can match. But what is this thing about $100 or $250 per person? I mean, my God, that sounds a lot. Like it's a lot of money, right? Well, do we have any particular example? Well, I want to give a shout out to MS because he pointed this out, and I took a screenshot on this particular one. He pointed out on his email, short and to the point, listen to this, guys, 100 million PDL users right out of the gate. There are approximately 104 million adults in Japan, which wish the government issuance of my number cards. We're going to get into that here in a bit as well. And of course, from the Cyber Trust page. And I have shared this. By linking the PDL and iTrust identity verification service, it will be possible to verify identity through personal or public personal authentication using electronic certificate built into the IC chip of the My Number card. So we just gave you a reference of that particular company and their certification. But what about this other part? It says in the case of public personal identification or authentication, identity verification can be completed online instantly by reading the My Number card using a smartphone app, further improving user convenience by reducing input effort and speedy identity verification. Very interesting. How would you like to hear it from the horse's mouth in regards to IC cards? Remember Tarakono, once again, how he's literally all over the place, Europe, you name it, introducing the whole concept of DFFT. Share this particular video clip with you. It's worth pointing out. And then we'll come back here in just a minute. But I thought it was crucial, and that's why I chopped it up for you guys. So we're going to get into this. And yes, listen to what he has to mention in regards to AI, the private sector, all these particular types of things. Here we go.
Has been pushing to invest in AI at a time when some Western countries are looking to halt further development of ChatGPT, for example, and regulate the industry. Why is the administration so eager to adopt the tech in Japan?
Well, Japan is now losing population very fast. Every year, nearly 700,000 less people in Japan. So unlike European countries or other countries, AI, computer, robots are not a threat to labor force in Japan. Society in Japan is aging. So if we would like to continue human-centric society, we need to utilize those technologies like AI, robots, computer as much as possible. So we are more eager to try new AI technologies, provided that the data set will be honored. So we are now talking to Microsoft and other providers of the technology how we can manage data set creation for AI.
And what's your take on the role AI can have on society going forward? Where could AI make the most impact in Japan?
We are hoping technology could replace where technology can do better. And the human being will need to be concentrating what human being need to be doing, most likely dealing with their people. So we are hoping to try in the government ministries. I'm asking all the ministries ideas how you can utilize AI technology to make their work more productive and more efficient. We are very excited to do that.
And on that note, do you still have ambitions to become prime minister? I have to ask.
Well, trying.
Okay. All right, last and not least at all, as a leader, what do you think is the one thing Japan needs most right now?
We need to energize the private sector. I think the private sector in Japan is sitting on a big amount of cash, and the private sector in Japan needs to use them wisely, invest them wisely. So we need to energize the private sector. We are not the socialist country. We are a capitalist, market economy, free society. So we would like to energize the private sector.
Numerous times, at least 3 times, Taro Kono said to energize the private sector, and it also talked about going gangbusters in regards to AI. See what you want. Who's a private sector company? It's Jasmy. So there's that. Am I going to end it with just that? No, I'm not going to end it with just that. Take into this next part of what we have here in just a bit. Very interesting to get into some of these key things. So back to this whole thing about what Investor Place was sharing in regards to Jasmy, and of course, talking about medical records worth up to $250 per person. We have some more examples about the valuation of data. As I jumped into this is from the link that Investor Place was sharing. While that video was playing, I was actually able to pull this up because, again, that was also some of the research got deleted for some reason. So, how your personal data is valued by others. Let's talk about this for a second. Social platforms, how they value your data. Companies like X, LinkedIn, YouTube that provide users with a place to create their content. Of course, as we know, use data as a bargaining chip. We know that, right? But of course, business was booming since 2020. LinkedIn, for one, earned more than $3 billion in revenue by providing advertisers access to 700 million plus users. Likewise, YouTube hit $6.9 billion advertising revenue in that same window. How companies value your data? Look at this. Companies are willing to invest billions in advertising because collected data sets create a clear picture for where to place those dollars. Accurate data can reveal personal preferences, affiliations, family dynamics, politics. We get the drill, right? But the point is, it's not just that, right? It's the companies, like it says here, and the data that they collect and how it's an opportunity to better understand the needs, desires, and pain points of an audience, and more specifically, how they can adjust their products, services, and messages to better meet those points. As we also know, criminals will try to use your data. Criminals steal personal data for a variety of reasons. Blackmail, identity theft, extortion are most common. and they would try to sell that information to anyone willing to pay that. These buyers often include thieves, criminal organizations, data brokers, even foreign governments. Theft enables criminals to sell home addresses at lower prices compared to data brokers. This is because there is no oversight, accountability, minimal overhead. And this part, no oversight, accountability. When you realize where we have the concept of supply and demand kicking in, I mean, do all roads lead to something as simple as the concept of Jasmy? I think they do. But as I got more into this, check out this. Why is data so valuable? Well, while there's certainly a shady market for stolen Netflix passwords or phishing accounts in regards to Facebook and so on, typically speaking, companies will use personal data in two ways. And here they are. Number one, direct advertising, predictive analytics. But data collection for direct advertising, look what it says. Companies use data to ensure they're targeting the right individuals, right? Who wants to watch an ad that has nothing to do with your interest? But the point is this, like a 25-year-old, his first time that he's having his, first time mom is going to respond to an ad targeting pregnant women. Very different than a 35-year-old mother of three. Very true. Or a 22-year-old Middle Eastern male interested in sneakers. Stock advice might have more value than streetwear brand than a 45-year-old white male. What about some of the predictive analytics and the messaging that's involved in that? Well, companies can find new market opportunities by interest of collecting lots of personal data from people in the same group. What about actual money? Well, it says here that companies create more sophisticated products, platforms to refine the services. The internet and advertising turned $139.8 billion in revenue back in 2020, has increased those profits due to at least 12% since 2018, all back on the back end of your personal data. Now, I want to point this out. I love how they point out like 2020. We talk about 4-year halvings, right? Especially when it comes to, BTC, and obviously the Bitcoin halving is going to happen. I think it's going to happen on the 19th. Personally, some people feel as though it's going to happen on 420. To each his own. But we are in 2024, and basically it's like this from Invisibly. How much is that data really worth? You saw in the thumbnail. It's going to give you something old. And again, Investor Place cited them, so I think it's worth paying attention to. It says, like any market, the valuation of data fluctuates, personal data specifically. And it's based on the supply and demand of just that. Females, for example, on the planet, right? Supply and demand in regards to that, but male data tends to come at a slightly higher premium. Likewise, different markets, different demographics, evaluate differently. As you can see here, in a 2020 study by Matt Keeper and YouGov, they showed an example of personal data for a group, I should say, of 18 to 24-year-olds, and how it's notably higher than any other demographic. While businesses have shown a willingness to pay significant amounts for personal data from Black and Middle Eastern audiences, that same discrepancy exists across regions, economic backgrounds, and even education levels based on how much companies value each demographic. And here's the nitty-gritty. This is maybe one of the part that you were waiting for. As you can see here, it talks about the cost for data per person. Males about penny more than females, right? I'm not trying to make things controversial, but those are the reports. Percentage of population, less percentage in that population compared to females, only 3%. What that age range that they're talking about? Well, as you can see, ages 18 to 24 dominate that price of cost of data per person. 55 plus, look at that difference, guys. I know a lot of you guys are in that age bracket, and that's okay, but look at that valuation of data. So we're giving the examples of data sets and the valuation. Percentage of population, even though age 55 and up is a higher percentage of population, they don't value the demographic more than ages 18 to 24. What about ethnicity? Well, Middle Eastern, way up. 62 cents cost for data per person. What about percentage of population on the low end? See how that works? Interesting. 1.21%. What about family annual income? Well, if you are making 120,000 to 150,000, give or take, your data is worth significantly higher than somebody, who's part of the, let's face it, maybe the lower middle class. So there's a lot to be mentioned here in regards to valuations. But if you weren't aware about it, that back in 2021, you could have bought access to a hacked Facebook account on the dark web for $65, or its crypto equivalent, an entire US voter database for $100, or even hacked a Coinbase verified account for $610. By comparison, a brand might value your personal email address at $89 if they're securing that information through a more auspicious means. What kind of data set is valuable? Well, like I've always mentioned, healthcare is at the highest rated mark, okay, at $215.15. And that's an average, right? There's obviously ones that could be way higher. For example, what, guys? Think about it. One of the topics of tonight. It's not clickbait, right? When we talk about, like, maybe something that has to do with neuroscience, brain surgery, stuff like that. That data is probably worth way more than just the average data set for medical. But what you're going to see here, payment card details, $5.40, banking records, $4.12. I mean, obviously those three are really going to stand out. Social security number. I mean, it's crazy stuff to see some of that stuff on the dark web. But the fact remains that companies do, in fact, collect data in a variety of ways. But regardless of their application, the goal of those methods is to typically help them better understand their audience. Only fair that we as consumers understand the value that we bring to the table. So what data is worth the most? Well, check this out. For the dark web, it's cloned MasterCard with the PIN, $25 valuation. It doesn't start in any particular order. Let's point out another one, credit card details, account balance, up to $1,000, about $150 on the dark web. So there's a lot of crazy examples in regards to dark web and payment processing, all this stuff, social media, lots of value, right? But in regards to the value of your personal data, while there's many platforms that view users as generators of data, not people, and because the data is generated on their platform, they own it. The philosophy is in direct conflict with our belief that people have the right to own their data, deserve to know what data has been collected about them, how it's being used, and how to relocate or delete that data as they see fit. In this part, there's one of your aha moments as well. Because you want to know something? Jasmy has described, even in the white paper, about accessing data and how it should be deleted when it needs to be, especially when it comes to the PDL. Understanding action, reaction, supply, and demand, the industry disruptors, or the industry enablers. In this case, an entire country, Japan. What about other particular countries? I think you get the idea. Jumping more into the outline, you're going to see some other key things here. Talks about, for example, Invisibly's report, because that's who wrote this up. They say that they maximize your value of your data and earn brand rewards for it. Data is collected if you decide to share it, putting you in direct control, connect your bank account, so on and so forth. And it says, literally, see how your data can work for you. And what was interesting is if you actually go here, I'm not going to do it with you guys because, I got I'll just give you guys kind of like a little, I say I won't do it with you guys. There's a little bit I'll get into, but if you go to this, for example, data.invisibly.com, you can have an idea how this works. Now, as you guys know, did you guys see Little Bidman's report on X? He was talking about as we speak. Rob also reported it and so on. If you have an Apple iPhone and you're not part of the peasant class like myself with my Android, you can try out the Sagan Tosu fan token to earn DD points, right? And actually have a personal data log. It's like the first one that's out there. There's going to be many more examples. But the point is, notice these concepts. Here it is from Invisibly, literally, which had a link from a Jasmy report connected to it. And as you see right here, some key things, okay? So I'll just put my last name. You guys know I'm Mr. Stanley. It's all good. I click on that. Hold on a second. I'm going to stop the share on that one. I want everybody to have my number. All right. And jumped into the next part. Oh, yeah. It's going to have me do all this verification. But my point is, I was going to say, guys, you can try this out for yourself if you choose to do so. It gives you an example of like steps to earn points. What is exactly going on as we speak? Steps to earn points with the Sagan Tosu token. I just think it was incredibly interesting that you see an investor place report literally about Jasmy and medical data evaluation. Then it links you to this, which literally gives you the exact, I should say exact, but gives you another example of how you have your data valued and they're going to reward you for it. And that was connected to a Jasmy article. Very interesting. So I'm just going to double check the other screen real quick. Take a pause. We obviously have a lot more for you. And like I said, we're just scratching the surface. Okay. So I'm going to take off the branding, catch back up to the comments. Need to do so because if I don't, I'm going to be playing catch up all day long. And let's see here. Let's see what we got. I think I'm going to start putting out the shows, maybe like a reminder about the shows, like maybe just an hour in advance. Because today I was like, I'm going to do it like way early in the morning. That way everybody knows about it. But sometimes people forget. I think the sweet spot is roughly 1 hour before the show because it's right fresh in people's minds. But we do have a decent crowd, about 300. I'm not complaining, not too much. You know, combined on X and also YouTube. All right, let's go further down. Let's welcome the one and only Richie Rich is in the house. Boomer F and Sooner, good to see you with his dog Monica chilling on the couch. Glad to have you, Mr. Boomer F and Sooner. All right, Science says he just joined in, loving the live streams. Keep it up, bro. U0026 as always. Jasmy to the moon. Oh, I think he meant 2026. That's a typo. Thank you, Cyan. Give him a follow over on X. Another great person when it comes to research, right? Absolutely. Be sincere. I haven't seen you in a while. Glad to have you as well. All right, let's go further down. Jasmy to 1,000. It will one day replace Ethereum. I don't know about 1,000, but I do think like maybe 30 to 50 bucks. And I know some people are like, man, that you're crazy. I've been meaning to chop up what we shared on the live. That will be your recorded video probably tonight or early tomorrow morning. Okay. I got to give me time in regards to chopping up this one too. But yeah, you're going to have to listen to that. Literally, we cover this, guys. We talked about 800 billion market cap. And some people are like, there's just no way. But again, don't just listen to me. Listen to breakdown from other people that have been researching Jasmy for 3+ years in that regard. All right, let's also go further down and welcome Epic Results. Wants to listen to Epic Deep Dives. Speaking of deep dives, Max, your deep dives are seriously deep, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, very, very welcome. Thank you very much. All right. Let's read this as well. Max, can you make the 6-month membership emblem a Jasmy Quant or BSV token? I'll have to try to work on that at some point and get that done for you guys. It might take a little bit of learning. But yeah, I know there's other channels that do that. I could do that. In fact, how about this? I'm going to take a screenshot so I don't forget. Or actually, I'll just write a notepad. What am I talking about? I'll take a screenshot of that. All right. So, Jasmy, QNT, BSV. How about even Stellar would be good, right? Maybe some SHX. All right. So, community request. Yes. Yes, sir. Redo that, right? All right. Thank you. That's a great idea, though, Tim. I do agree. It might incentivize people because they see the icon. They're like, ah, cool. All right. Let's welcome the one and only Le Grand Commission. Oui, oui. Jasmy, JSMY, with the tongue sticking out. Saw you over at Daniel Gaten's live show this morning. Helping people at the community. All right. Enough about that. Thank you for being here, Mr. Le Grand Commission. All right, epic results. His bad. Emergo has no connection to Cardano. Oh, I don't know. That was something that kind of stood out to me. I mean, you guys got to keep in mind there are companies that just fly under the radar for whatever reason. And my thing is this: if I'm Emergo, if I'm sitting in on particular presentations, I hope to God that they said on the one for Jasmy. Could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Would never be the content creator comes on a live show every day and strokes my ego and says I'm right every day, right? No, not me. All right, Stump Rider. Hi, Max and Crypto Fam. Yes. Thank you for being here. Stump. And let's read this from Kunk City. Beautiful scenery. Got an email today from AT&T regarding the security of his data. They told me AT&T determined that some of my personal information / data was compromised. Does Jasmy solve this? Yeah, you better believe it would solve that, because if you had that on chain instead of just publicly out to all the centralized authorities, that could be a game changer. But how do we get to the next step in regards to even here in America? Well, that's way down the road, right? But we understand that over in Japan and other places, in that region, they have the understanding. Yes, they're looking to take it in regards to the next level, like here in the United States, but we're quite a ways from that, but maybe by 2026 it happens. But whatever the case be, even from the perspective of what Japan's looking to do for personal data lockers, I don't know, some crazy things in regards to, when we talk about market cap potential and so on. All right, let's go a little bit further down. Let's welcome Slaw, if I'm pronouncing that right. I don't know why you make me think of Mike Tyson with that name, but that's okay. Missy Stock and Jasmy to the moon. You know what it is? It is, what's his name? Yes, what's his name? Do that impersonation of Mike Tyson. Jamie Foxx of Mike Tyson at the drive-thru. It's like, yeah, and let me get a side of slaw. Like he wants a side of slaw. You don't want just fried chicken. I want some fried chicken with a side of slaw. Like, are you Mike Tyson ordering? Yes, I am Mike Tyson ordering a side of slaw. Anyway, well, slaw, I don't know how to pronounce your name. That was not me making fun of your name, but made me think of Mike Tyson with a side of slaw, So there we go. All right. Blackwood, there's an ISO 12485 medical course on Udemy. Cool. Maybe you check that out. I'm glad you guys are paying attention to presented material. All right, Rodney Smith, always just an awesome show between you and Rob. I've learned so much, so I want to say thank you. Oh, you're very welcome, and thanks for being part of our community. Always welcome new people from they're in the community and so on. We have talked about the lockup. I think it's kind of like overdone at this point, but something should stand out in the future. We'll talk about it a little bit more. We don't have BSV tonight, but we'll get into it. I saw some things. I saw a really cool music video from a member of the BSV community. Her name is Smilas, and I complimented her because she did an awesome job with it. And I definitely want to share with you guys. I don't think it's copyrighted because it's her song. All right, let's welcome Dyor, aka Dingy. He doesn't have Dingy, the dog, but he has a line this time. He says, hey, hey, hey. Hey, April Cornwall must be in the house somewhere if we're saying, hey, hey, hey. All right, we'll read a few more comments. Have a guest, be back. It's all good. You can always watch the replay. Hey, man, there's fellow co-worker, Brad. He says, what up, homie? What up, Brad? Good to see you, man. Thanks for showing up tonight. You guys are going to learn something tonight, I'll tell you that much. And we're not even done yet. So also want to welcome the one and only Elon Muff, Mike Cornwall in the house. And I do appreciate you being here. Corey B-Base also here. He says, I did take advantage of the pullback. Well, that's good, man. Right on. It's good to have money to do that. All right. What we're going to do now is going to turn back on the branding. And let's get into the next part of what we have. So, yes, interesting to see that whole thing from Investor Place, obviously. All right. What I want to do now is I want to get into this whole topic of what we just briefly mentioned in regards to IC cards, okay? So, listen to this. This is straight from Wikipedia. Back in college, we could never use Wikipedia for APA formatted citations, right? But it's a good source nonetheless for material, okay? But look what it mentions here. And I think this is pretty accurate for the most part. And let's full screen it. You'll see some key things. And I go ahead and blow this up a little bit more. Okay, that's too far in. All right, so individual number card, known as My Number Card, Japanese identity document for citizens, Japan-based. And it says, based on the act on the use of numbers to identify a specific individual in the administration procedure, stores information such as personal name, address, birthday. For example, if you're male or female, individual number, has a passport photo, is a smart card. Okay. Residents who wish to obtain the card can request an application from the municipality. It has been issued since 2016 in Japan. Has, of course, been, has this whole thing replacing the basic resident registry card. Is this an example of your papers, please? No, not really, but we can agree to disagree. My Number Card is associated with a unique 12-digit My Number, which is issued to all residents, including foreigners residing in Japan. Beginning in March of 2021, the Japanese government began to issue My Number cards embedded with IC chips that can double as health issuance or insurance cards. As we get further down, like it says, rate of uptake for the cards in Japan is around 25%. And in March of 2021, 40%. As of October 2021, the government aims to have almost all residents obtain the card by March 2023. Interesting. Remember back last year, almost a year ago, it was temporarily paused due to 13 confirmed cases of another person's information being displayed when the card was used. Now, where is old Max going with this? Again, another chopped up clip. So stay tuned. This one is recent. Mainstream news interviewing the one and only Taro Kono of Japan, former Minister of Defense, and was it digital finance minister, something like that? Crazy stuff, right? Lots of different terms. Sometimes I forget all this stuff because I read too much. So let's go ahead and share this. And here's my little chopped up version. You're going to hear about how Japan gets rid of the rubber stamp and even floppy disks. This was roughly, I want to say, a couple weeks ago. Mainstream news. I don't like this particular news outlet. Don't shoot the messenger. Just listen to this. Try not to make it political. Listen to this. Here we go.
Advanced technology digitization efforts are underway to connect government infrastructure with citizens and, of course, business. And as many nations know, technical glitches and potential privacy issues are all part of the challenge. In fact, Japan was ranked 32nd among 64 countries on digital competitiveness, according to last year's ranking by the Institute for Management Development. Joining us now to discuss this and plenty more, Japan's Digital Transformation Minister, Kono Taro. Minister Kono, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for the colour coordination, first and foremost.
You're welcome.
Nicely
Welcome
done,
to
sir.
Tokyo.
Thank you. Great to be here. Let's talk about Japan's transformation and its digital journey. Where are we today versus where you would like to be?
Okay, we finally got rid of the name stamp. You have to put, stamp on every paper. Now we got rid of it, so you don't have to print everything on the paper.
Right.
We are
you mean
getting
in government?
Yeah, well, for the government, well, a lot of
But everywhere.
the private sector as well. Now we are getting rid of floppy disk finally, and we are getting rid of fax machine, and eventually we hope to do everything online with your smartphone. That's where we are aiming at.
There'll be some young viewers going, what's a fax machine and what's a floppy disk? I mean, you've got a way to go.
Yes. Well, finally, by the end of June this year, all the government regulation that ask you to do things with floppy disk will be struck out.
The important part of this, and you've hinted at it, is government has to adjust, but government works with the private sector, so they have to adjust, and citizens also have to be on board. What's the biggest holdback? Is it data centralization? Is it privacy concerns? Is it perhaps government that has to change first, and then everyone can also follow?
The government procedures have been
slow,
so that dragged the private sector. But the Japanese consumers are so used to the Toyota quality. So one mistake is one too many. If you do everything on the paper, even there's a mistake, it's filed, put it away, so nobody notice. But if it's done on digital, you can check on your data and you can see there's a mistake. And that's what's been happening in Japan. So there have been 8,000 mistakes in health insurance ID out of 120 million.
Right.
And that was 8,000 too many for the Japanese people. So we have to be very meticulous. But we are hoping that people would see digitalization will bring convenience to the people.
That doesn't catch your attention in regards to supply and demand. I don't know if anything ever will, but of course, I'm not done yet. And going to get more into some of this. Had to take out some of the branding so it doesn't block people's faces. So I think that's bullish to say the least to hear that, especially a recent report. But we got to get into a little bit more of the nitty gritty, right? We got to give you some of that boil it, mash it, stick it in the stew moments, right? Kind of funny to hear him say dater, right? But it's okay. I mean, at least he can speak more than one language, right? A lot of us can't. So I want to now jump into what he literally just mentioned, because we did talk about, supply and demand. So, let's pull this up. This is from my inichi.jp. They are a Japanese publication. Let's go ahead and share this. And if you want the citation, it is from this particular site, which is called, MAINICHI.jp. And if you typed in, for example, digital minister hints or Japan digital minister hints or my number ID cards, this would come up. Okay. So this is again from December, a few months ago. But the key thing is recognizing this whole thing about what is mandatory. Okay. This excites me. I understand for a lot of people, it doesn't excite them because they don't like the idea of anything that's mandatory. Well, I like what's mandatory from an investor point of view. If I'm excited about ISO 222, and in my opinion, the flip of the switch of when we get an actual mandate, and the United States is the last to show up to the big show, late November 2025, okay? Understand that if we talk about personal data lockers and a mandate in regards to a my number ID cards, and in regards to the whole concept of, a PDL, personal data locker, and we talk about utility in motion, well, do we hit those KPI targets that the Jasmy management team was talking about? I think Dip Metaverse and Brian of our community are absolutely 100% right. Again, not financial advice, just sharing perspective and research information. As we take a little bit more to this article, talks about some of these things. And the mandate to obtain the ID cards, where they remain only like a small number of people across Japan who haven't applied for them. But once the government has encouraged people to voluntarily obtain those cards by, promoting their convenience, Taro Kono explained that even though it's still a bit early, he wants to talk about making it mandatory. So this is going to happen at some point. According to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, my bad, reading way too much. Approximately 91.36 million My Number cards have been issued as of November 30th, covering about 72.8% of all citizens of Japan. My God. And then that video, if you guys missed it, I'm telling you flat out, the video, what did we say in that video? We talked about where he mentioned specifically the want and need for Japan to embrace AI and to embrace the concept of protecting data. And what did he also say, guys? Just in case you just tuned in, he also specifically mentioned that it's the protection of data, but on top of it, understanding that, like, we have to embrace private sector, okay, and the ones tied into AI. And Jasmy's looking to, scale up to this layer 2, and this whole talk about junction, deepen times AI. I mean, come on, how much more do we need to connect it? Well, some of you guys already heard that, but there's more to this. So much more than meets the eye, right? No pun intended. So I'm going to now take you over to this particular part, okay? Because this is going to pound it home that much more. So this is from the Japan Times, not that long ago. Says that there's a critical shortage in digital skills. Japan faces a potential labor shortage. Listen to this, guys. This is good stuff. So this shortage, how it could reach a high of 11 million workers. The gap among digital workers, critical to managing the country's digital transition, is acute. Last year, Japan estimated to have 1 million digital workers. The government forecasts that the number will fall short of projected needs by 2.3 million in 2026. Always pointing out 2026. As demand increases with the spread of cloud services, big data, analytics, and other technologies, competition for skilled workers heating up. Okay? So my thing is understanding the bigger picture. And this market, right, estimated that there are over 35 million digital nomads worldwide, generating economic value of 787 billion, where 50 countries such as have visas, and that's going to allow individuals to work remotely. And basically speaking, even if they don't work for Japanese companies, they can contribute to the local economy, paying rent, shopping, blah, 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 right, et cetera, et cetera. Ideally, some of those nomads will come to Japan, enjoy their time, stay permanently, helping to fill some of the digital gaps. My God. So the whole thing is them embracing, the concept of like metaverse and workers, education, again, Kazumasa Sato, and then all this other talk about a mandate. I mean, say what you want, whether you're for it or not, that's not the point. It's what you're invested into and having your utility being accessed. Dip Metaverse, Brian of the, that Jasmy 8-year discussion. There was the 8th year anniversary X Space discussion. There was only about, I don't know, 70 or 80 of us that were at it. It was about 3-4 hours, give or take. But one of the things was mentioned is how there's hardly any cryptocurrencies out there that, currently speaking, solve what they claim to do. And that is basically, can I use this to pay for goods and services? Or how can this be accessed? What kind of utility is literally going to be put into motion? And it's all about what is going to exist possibly with the utility. But then when you see things about the government, the Japanese government, literally using this utility, you got to come to the conclusion like, my God, is this why even in this bull run that we saw Jasmy go first in the bull run, like it was pointed out, not just by me, but many other people from our community? So yeah, we shouldn't be oblivious to this whole notion that it's not going to continue to happen. Are you paper handing Jasmy to 50 cents to $1? And that might offend some people, but guess what? We have more than outlined some of these things. And I understand it. I think somebody from our community pointed out in the comments. I think it was like Joey Rodriguez, if I'm saying his name right, point out that 90% of everybody that's holding Jasmy will get out at 50 cents to $1. I think that's true. But if you understand the bigger picture, especially when it comes to mandates, and you hold to 2026 or something like that, because they feel as though that they could smash those KPI targets and then some. I would never say for anybody give any type of financial advice, but for me personally, and I know it's unpopular to mention some of these things, and I understand that we want to take our profits. This is where I feel comfortable about the whole notion of having a diversified portfolio, because whether it's Jasmy or XRP, Quant, Stellar, HBAR, you name it, those ones I feel as though that maybe I do kind of marry those for at least a few years. And then something else that pops off in 2024 and so on, then okay, great. But again, you guys got to do what's best for you. I understand there's age gaps for some of us. It's time is not on our side, but understand utility in motion. Understand mandates will activate what, guys? The utility. All right, we're going to do now, let's jump into a little bit more about this. So let's give you an example on some of this. Shout out to the one and only NeoX. Why am I citing this? Well, this is about a specific patent. This is in regards to terminal device information processing system and program. Talks about all these things in regards to this specific patent. Talks about, for example, the publication date, October 2nd, 2022. Jasmy Incorporated. You have, for example, all their big players, right? Takashi Hagawara. You have, for example, Kazumasa Sato. And when you get into some of these things, this was interesting to see, for example, when it mentions, I know I don't have it because this part is what got deleted when I got my research rug, but you can look into it yourself. It pulls up things like Intel and a lot of other things. Pulling up this, which was highlighted from NeoX. Shout out to Neo. Give him a follow if you haven't done so already. He points out how all of these applications, those domains, I should say, of Jasmy's SKC, which is Smart Knowledge Communicator, and SG, which stands for Smart Guardian Technology. As he imagined, it is possible and will be implemented in ships as well. Again, part of the outline, because we're talking about the whole thing of IC cards, right? IC number chips, according to the patent description. Can I give you more about the description? Well, absolutely. Let's go ahead and share this part. You will see here where it references all these things in regards to the states. And this is one thing I want to point out in regards to like why it's all important. So you'll see here the citations in regards to the designated states. I mean, almost all 50 states for the most part. And then you also have, I'm sorry, these are member countries, right? Not necessarily U.S. states, but it's all there. Jasmy Incorporated, so on and so forth. As we jump back, you will see here, like he says, Detailed patent information for Jasmy's terminal device information processing system and program, with all the countries where it will be applicable highlighted in red. Right, member states. Countries, I should say. I shouldn't say U.S. states. Sorry about that. So I'm glad he shared some of this, right? And again, just in case you didn't see it all, let's full screen this. Quite a few different countries being mentioned there. So Jasmy is so much more than obviously, just Japan. All right. And you're welcome to nerd out and take a look into that if you choose to do so. All right. I'm going to do here before I take a pause and get into some of the main key things that you were probably waiting for. I want to point out this. This is some of my own basic notes. Okay. So, basically speaking, you saw that part that was mentioned, and I think I'll go ahead and reshare this. Let's reshare this. What was the WO? All right. Let me jump up to what Neo has. Yeah. So, yes, the WO. Okay. Yeah, you have it on the screen. What is it, guys? W022030570 Terminal Information Processing System and Program. All right. So, bottom line is this. Why is that so important? Because for most people, they're not going to get it. Well, from what I gathered, and I'm glad that this part didn't get rugged out of my research with my power going out, it's the patent. W0220 describes a system for handling individual specific information. Again, that terminal device potentially impacting Jasmy and also IC cards. How, though? That's what you should be listening to. How? Well, it's information security and granular control. Hear me out on this. If everything else went above your head, hear me out on this. This is good to listen to. The patent, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty nerd talk, introduces a two-tier storage system for individual data. A secure storage unit, which holds highly sensitive information, which is basically first individual specific information. Remember how we talked about even with blockchain, there's different layers? Applies to data sets as well. But the other part where it talks about a separate operation unit that allows users to input related but less sensitive data, which would be like the second layer, if you will, which is second individual specific information, which can be shared more freely. It makes so much sense if you look more into it, why blockchain enables something beautiful like this to be used and used in the right way as far as data democratization, not going to the central players like GAFA, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple. But that second operation where everything could be shared more freely, again, back to the concept of DFFT, data free flow of trust. This distinction provides users with more granular control over their, of course, data privacy. Now, what about the whole thing in regards to what Taro Kono is introducing, or mandating, I should say, to Japan? What about the potential use case for Jasmy and the IC cards? Because at the end of the day, that's probably why you are tuning in. Well, listen to this, guys. The system aligns with Jasmy's focus and secure data management and, of course, transfer. Jasmy could potentially develop solutions based on this patent to enhance data security, of course, over to the Jasmy platform. As we know, IC cards in themselves are known for secure data storage. So it's kind of like, Forrest Gump and Jenny, it's like they go together like peas and carrots. It could benefit from integrating. Sometimes it's hard for me to bounce back and forth with my notes, but could benefit from integrating this type of two-tiered information handling the system. This in itself could improve data security in applications where IC cards themselves can be used, such as what? Identity verification or even financial transactions. Again, understand that Jasmy is so much more than just IoT. And we have talked about the whole thing of them entering into finance democracy dating back to around this time last year. Now, there's, of course, uncertainties and future implications. It can't just be rah, good news. But we should point out that even though the patents don't guarantee commercial success, and that there's further development and integration required to turn this concept into a practical solution, understanding where Taro Kono's position is and where the Japanese government's position is, and where you heard his statements addressing basically the world in a live broadcast, stating that they have got to energize who? The private sector. And how many times did he say that? At least 3 times. So, I mean, come on. I'm literally thinking, yeah, Jasmy's going to get that job done for you. Now, we can research this whole patent a little more further, and there'll be other members in our community that will do so. But I'm going to pause it on that for a second, because I think, if anything, we need to get back into the comments for a moment. We're going to talk more about DFFT, Data Free Flow with Trust, and then we're going to take you to some of the working groups. Yeah, let's meet the working groups, because let's stop talking about the working groups. Let's see the actual people behind the working groups. Stay tuned for that. You're not going to want to miss it. And then we'll give you some of the real juicy info in regards to, is Jasmy ISO 200, or not ISO 222, is Jasmy compliant with 2 ISO standards? The answer is yes, and I'll provide you that information. And what about the whole thing of Neurolink? I know it sounds absolutely bat crazy, right? Yeah, I have something to share with you in regards to that. Not fluff, solid research. I'm telling you flat out, if Jasmy's your thing, you're going to want to stick around for that. Smash the like. Let's kick it back to the comments for just a brief moment. All right, let's see what we have. We have everybody welcome Michael Cornwell, aka Elon Muff. He soaked up another sale. Well, that's nice. That's very nice. As we talked about on the phone, are you ready for it, Mike? This is just our little inside joke, right? Must be nice. Must be nice, right? That's just such a dumb thing. Anyway, must be nice. Yeah. How about this, guys? Like when we're future millionaires, or some cases, some depending on your bag, right? Like, billionaires, and then our friends are like, well, I wish I would have gotten to some of this stuff. And we're like, well, we did talk about this for the last few years, but you were one of the naysayers. You didn't want to get into this stuff. And then what are they going to say to us? When they see that we have a better lifestyle and generational wealth, they're going to say, well, must be nice. Yeah, must be nice that, spend all this time doing all this research. Must be nice that we held through tough times, good and bad, right? Nobody wants to talk about that, right? I just want to point out the things of, anyway, must be nice. All right, let's go further down. Jack Thompson, I think, came back, and let's see here. OC X Ridas 30 to 50 easy. I'm looking at it like, honestly, 30. I know that, in the past I was with a lot of other people. Like, I'm like, conservatively speaking, $1. But when you look more into it, it's like, no, there's no way. It's just $1. But again, not financial advice. You guys got to do what you got to do. Just providing information. Do as you please. And it makes you want to reevaluate that. You'll be able to see a chopped up version where we get into some of the detail about that. I got to get that out hopefully tonight. Yes, Boomer. Ward was a little hard on the Beaver. So was Eddie Haskell, Molly and Miss Cleaver. Anyway. All right, so let's go further down. We have Daniel back with Dingy, the dog. He would pay Jasmy $100 for his data never to be leaked if they had the product or ability to do so. Think about what you just mentioned. Honestly, think about what you just mentioned. How many other people probably feel the same way? A lot, right? A lot. All right, let's welcome Batlander, who basically took Michael Cornwell's flag out of his office area room. Or maybe it's his bedroom. I can't remember. All right. But yeah, let's welcome Batlander. And what else we got? Bitcoin Ryan. Aloha, Max. New here. Thank you. Guys, always welcome new people. Welcome, Ryan. Thank you for being here. ETV is in the house. You heard a river runs through. What are you, Brad Pitt? All right. You found an old box of floppy disks. So my thing is this. I mean, it sounds silly that Japan would still be using this old, seriously, again, it's their laws. And so he went back I chopped up everything, but Taro Cohen went all the way back to like the 1800s. And they got rid of the old laws. At least that's what he says in the interview. I'm going to call it. I think, honestly, in the future, he will be president of Japan. Anyway, I mean, he's up for it. So, all right, let's recognize this super chat here in a second. Thank you for that, Jack. And it comes from Dinji, aka Daniel. He says $2.99 super sticker. Thank you for the Canadian $3 super sticker. Which, if the BRICS countries do their thing, it might end up being worth more than the dollar, right? That's fine. All right, Stingy Bayberry, hit the likes, smash the likes. Thank you so much for that comment from X. Let's read this from Dinu. He loves Jasmy, but okay. I don't put money in it anymore or sell. I hold what I have and wait. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. All right. Well, that's a good but. All right, Dennis Lil. If you hold coins that hold patents, they have a long-term value. Great point. All right. Let's see what else you guys have. Dennis Lil. Hey, Dennis Lil. Good to have you, man. He says, also, any projects that have relations with IBM are also long-term holds. Yep. Great point. Jack Thompson says he was thinking like Render, any other Render's solid. It is absolutely solid. Blackwood got his dad into crypto last month. He dove into the deep end, and he's scooping up Render, HBAR, the Graph, and a few others. Yeah, I just wish I would have bought a hell of a lot of Graph. But it was either the Graph or a lot of Jasmy. And so the whole thing with Jasmy obviously paid off. But, for my leftover money, got some Graph. Last bag, 6 cents. I mean, come on, man. That was bottom. I was so happy about that. Cat Shields, welcome. Guys, it's Cat Shields, not Cat will shill tokens, right? Welcome. All right, let's read this. This is another super chat. It comes from the one and only April Cornwell, $1.99 super chat. Must be nice. Yeah, must be nice just to go to Burger King on a Wednesday and take pictures and send it to Max while it's raining. Must be nice, right? That's an inside joke, guys. Anyway, but thank you, April. That was cool of you. All right, we are towards the bottom of the chat. Let's read this from Dinu. Did you guys see the super chat? The fox giving kisses. I didn't know show on the screen. Oh, what? Oh yeah, it doesn't show because it only shows on if I was looking at YouTube. But thanks for pointing that out. All right, Jose A. Galmas, what do you think of Zoom Bot? I don't know about that. But welcome, glad to have you. And let's also welcome Angus Scrim. That's a very interesting avatar, Angus. But welcome nonetheless. And glad to have you. I'm a big fan of Call of Duty, at least, old school Call of Duty, Angus. Nothing crypto, right? But you have an avatar that reminds me of a certain person that one, used to say, back in my day, cod was a fish. Now get back to covering Jasmy, because Jasmy not a scam. Anyway, Jose A. Gomez, first time on this live. Yes, thank you very much. And everybody's happy. All right, cool stuff. All right, what we're going to do now is jump into a little bit more about this outline, because you guys want to hear the nitty gritty, right? I think you do. I think you really do. Okay, so let's pull this up. And yes. All right, this comes from CSIS. Let's pull up the branding back on. I guess it already is. All right. So we are getting close somewhat to the end, okay? And basically speaking, all these things are definitely worth pointing out, at least in my opinion. I want to basically get into just a little bit more. I did have a video I wanted to share with you here in a bit. I'm going to try to scroll through and pull that up for you guys. So give me just a moment to do so, because it was one of the things that ended up getting rugged on my outline, unfortunately. It's one of those things, you get into a lot of good research, and then all of a sudden your power goes out, and it's like, what the heck? And then how it loads the right part, some people say basically, well, if you would just cut it all up, you've been more than good. I did cut up a good amount of it, but Those things will unfortunately happen, and it is what it is. So let me see if I can pull this up on the other screen. All right, let's see here. All right, I think we just about have it. Yes. Let me see here. All right. I pull up this one last one. And I think I got this guy's info. There's a particular person that was mentioned. Okay. So, yeah. I think I got it right now for you. Give me just a second. I got to skip this ad real quick. All right. Okay. So, yes, I want you guys to listen to this here in a bit. This is not that particular part, but I'm going to have at least primed and ready to go for you. Because I need to, I definitely need to. So let's get into this. Here we go. Sorry about the delay. So let's pull this up from CSIS. All makes sense here in just a bit. All right. So we obviously just talked about DFFT, data free flow with trust. You got to keep in mind Taro Kono, the guy that we showed in all these clips, always introducing us all over the place, every chance he can get. Well, if you weren't aware, it talks about this whole thing of today's digital economy fueled by data. Any action, basically, taken in the digital economy, whether it be buying a good or selling a service or accessing a piece of information, requires the creation and transfer of data and lots of it. More than 221 zettabytes of data, or roughly enough to store 110.5 trillion movies, will exist in the world by 2026, and much of this data will flow across national borders. These cross-border data flows do not just support the digital economy, they are also invaluable for improving the efficiency and resilience of trade in goods and services online and on the ground. Cross-border data flows also, I mentioned this last time. I can never get that term right. But yeah, it plays a factor in key government functions such as efforts to safeguard national security, track cross-border carbon emissions, and even deliver medical assistance. Now, when I got more into this, I said to myself, DFFT. Is there actually like working groups in regards to DFFT? Well, the answer is yes. It's not just Taro Kono being like, yeah, boom, pound my chest, DFFT. I'm going to take it to this. And this is one of the main things to pay attention to tonight. So, again, please smash that like. Let's see if we can get over 400 tonight. Not too bad. And you're going to hear straight from this guy some key things I think are very, very well worth pointing out. This is DFFT, Data Free Flow with Trust. This is 10 months ago. But the point is, this comes from DataX, which is Data Society Alliance. And what you're going to see here is in regards to the International Data Space Association, the Japan Digital Trust Forum, which is the JDTF. Also mentions IEEE in regards to data trading systems. Is this guy going to mention an ISO standard? Yes, he's going to mention ISO standard. Why mention that out, and especially when it comes to Jasmy? I'm telling you flat out, here's one of your aha moments. Let's go ahead and play this. We're going to point out not just one, but two ISO standards in regards to Jasmy. I know it sounds absolutely bonkers. Listen to this. You need to pay attention to this. I don't care how distracted you are. This is your main key takeaway other than what we talk about in regards to medical here in a bit. Gotta listen to this. Here we go.
And every 2 weeks we have the meeting. And we are expecting to finish the drafting work at least this year. Ask to the board of directors to approve the first draft. And afterwards, we expect to escalate to ISO IEC JTC1. That is fast track mechanism. So I think but we do not specify any we do not specify too much detailed things, like only we are drafting about reference architectures and definition of terminology and fundamental things. For example, we do not specify any method of identifier. But if you are a data provider, you have to describe or provide who can validate your trustness. So if you have some ID in some trust service, you have to disclose that. That is a specification, very simple specification, not details. And for data catalog, we do not specify any particular methodology creating data catalog. But we request everyone have to have the catalog to advertise what kind of data you want to provide, and that help data user discover the data set. So then catalog should be at least have to have this kind of topics, and we recommend to use existing standard to create catalog like a W3C, DCAT method or something like that. So this is.
Did you hear what he said? Just in case you missed it, he mentioned ISO IEC JTC1. Then he also mentioned that particular thing about WEC, right, guys? Back to NeoX tricks and that particular patent in regards to that. Why did Max share all of that? Because I have to make a solid outline, all right? Because if I don't, it's just fluff. So, key takeaway, again, and this is from the DFFT Data Free Flow with Trust, what is it, guys? The Data Society Alliance. I'm going to talk about like working groups, okay? Let's take you over to what he specifically mentioned. And again, you can watch this if you choose to do so. It's literally on YouTube. You can watch the full video. I'll drop it in the comments for anybody who wants to nerd it out, but it's an hour and 32 minutes. So here it is for you guys. But it's, yeah, the Data Society Alliance, a society alliance, literally working groups. Every single person you see here is represented from particular countries. Japan, I think Germany. There was a guy from France, okay? But what about this ISO standard that you just heard that gentleman talk about that's part of that panel? Because we are talking about standards. Let's talk about this particular ISO standard. I know it sounds crazy, guys. I know it sounds absolutely nuts, but let's talk about the standard. So let's take you to just, the Wikipedia site. It's okay. Let's go ahead and get into this. So we talk obviously about ISO 222 when it comes to, a real solution that solves a problem when it comes to cross-border payments. And, obviously, XRP always is thought of, Stellar, the other ISO coins. There's ISO TC 307, the quant network standard. But this particular standard, ISO IEC JTC 1, why should we pay attention to that? There's no announcement from Jasmy about them being this ISO standard. Max, you're just doing this for clickbait. No, I'm not. I would not provide you guys information unless I fully try to convert it for myself. So I will state this. Jasmy, currently speaking, is not ISO IEC JTC 1 yet, but can they be? My answer is yes. Let me provide you information on why I found, call it my thesis if you want, or why the answer is yes. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Again, smash that like. This is one of your aha moments in regards to this. And we're not even done yet. We're not even close to being done yet in regards to this. Oh, was the other reference for that other particular company at the beginning of the outline, was that the other ISO standard? No. All right, that was just an example. This is one of two ISO standards. It'd be amazing just to have one. We have literally two. All right, let's get more into this outline of why this is important. So you're going to see here ISO IEC JTC 1 entitled Information Technology is a joint technical committee of the International Organizations for Standardization, ISO, and International Electrotechnical Convention, which is IEC, important to develop, maintain, and promote standards in the fields of information, communications, technology, ICT. There's a lot of history behind this. It was formed in 1987, right? Goes on to mention in regards to all these things in regards to information technology, but talks about a lot of these things about standardization. So they had two apparent organizations, and it goes on to mention the development of domain and application of specific standards that be applicable to business domains while ensuring interoperation of functions of the standards on a consistent basis. As we get further into this, talks about what happened in his first 15 years, many standards that I'm still familiar with. Remember MPEG back in the day? If you use Web 1 back in the 90s, remember getting all those MPEGs? Remember how you had to download an MPEG, guys? And that would be the way that you get to watch a video. Now with, JavaScript, I'm sure Cool Cat's here. You can verify this as well. What was the big deal about JavaScript in Web 2? Well, say what you want for the guys that aren't, the nerds, if you will, who don't know about some of this stuff. JavaScript was so crucial because that is how you just naturally watch what you know, like even me, or videos on YouTube and so on, until we had things like JavaScript. But back in the day, it was MPEGs, and we didn't have the technology unless you had maybe broadband DSL back in the 90s, late 90s. You try to watch something, and you talk about buffering problems, right? So for me, a person that was on dial-up, what did I have to do? I had to download the MPEG and then watch it, right? Pain in the butt. The point is this: standards. There's standards on anything. Plug in plug into the light socket, right? Your stove in your house, certain type of standard, right? Oil, standard oil. Get what I'm saying? Standards exist no matter what it is. But what about this particular standard? Guys, there's more. Let's take a look into this. So you'll see here where it talks about MPEGs. And what does it say right here? IC cards, smart cards, security, programming languages. Interesting. Universal character set. Back in the early 2000s, the organization expanded its standards development into fields such as security. Look at this, guys. Here's your aha moment. Security, authentication, bandwidth collection or connection management, storage and data management. All this stuff represents what Jasmy does it not? Software and systems engineering, service protocols, portable computing devices. I don't know. Maybe like, for example, a Jasmy, like a Vita laptop, for example, and all the things tied into that. You kind of see where we're going with this. For more than 25 years, JTC1 provided standards development environment where experts come together to develop worldwide information and communication technology, ICT standards for business, consumer applications. JTC1 is also addressing critical areas as teleconferences, e-meetings, cloud data management interface, biometrics, identity management, sensor networks. For what? Smart grids. My God. Think about that. You could get more into this. Everything, if you think about what Jasmy does, is literally spelt all over this standard. Now, I get it for some of the guys. They're like, yeah, that sounds cool, Max. Great research. Cool story, bro. I didn't see anything in regards to anybody from Jasmy boasting this or sharing this. It's just a giant coincidence. And I'd be with you. But you better believe that there's more. And why should we pay attention to all of this? Well, back to the Data Society Alliance. And you're going to see some things mentioned here. DataX promoted by the DSA. DataX platform aimed at data linkage beyond the federal type, in which existing attempts concerning data linkage cooperates with one another. Look what's all mentioned or shared here in this little, loading GIF. DataX allows a wide variety of data to be linked together, thereby encouraging a creation of new service and realizing a future society. Maybe Society 5.0, where innovation is generated in a sustainable manner. Jumping into the next part, look what it says here. Goes on to mention some of these things. And that is this alliance. The Data Society Alliance, the IEEE SA P3800WG DAWEX Systems hosts an international open forum on data society. Let me try to blow this up a little bit more for you guys, just in case you're boomer effing sooner sitting on his couch with his dog Monica. All right. But it's, again, this collaboration, stakeholders from the IEEE, again, IEEE, I wonder who's part of that, and ISO, international standards bodies. Meeting was held in Paris, France from February 12th to the 14th, 2024 in Paris, with participants in Europe, Japan, China, and even India. As we get more into this, you will see some of these key things, and that is in regards to the 18 organizations from industry, academia, government-made reports. Government-made reports? 68 people, 31 organizations at the meeting. They talked about the status reports from various organizations, engaged in lively discussions, data space, brokers, trading, regulation, governance related to data usage. Right there. Standardization, interoperability, trust frameworks. They're going to have other meetings. And when will the next one be held? The next one will be held in the fall of 2024. Now, we talk about some things that could be aha moments for Jasmy once again. But this thing about the establishment task force to discuss international standardization regarding interoperability among data spaces, task force that was established to promote international standardizations, and how it's a joint effort. They're going to have more meetings about this. They're going to discuss more about some of these things. And I watched some of the full interviews. And again, I don't have this particular part, but you can watch the whole thing if you choose to do so. It's like an hour and a half, 2 hours. But they talk also in line with what Taro Kono was talking about in regards to, energizing the private sector. And say what you want when it comes to Jasmy, they're the ones that are part of that private sector. Again, like I've always mentioned before, who is your plug? Who is your connect? Okay? That's what I would be asking, right? Well, basically speaking, I want to take you to some of these other key things, right? Because it's all worth pointing out, to say the least. So I'm going to pull up some of this, and let me see about this for a second. So here it is, and here's your proof, if you will, okay? Because I know some of you guys want some proof, all right? So this whole thing, actually, let me just jump back to this. This is cited, and again, this is your aha moment, okay? This is cited from where? Let's full screen this. I've shown you guys this citation before. This is from researchgate.net. Let me just go ahead and drop it in the comments for any of the nerds, okay? So go here, verify it for yourself. Literally, verify it for yourself. Go there, and in the process of doing so, what does it say here on researchgate.net? Profile Tadashi Morita. This is Jasmy's Tadashi Morita. Sony Computer Science Laboratories. What does it mention here? Well, when we get into it, gives you a whole thing of like his resume, all the places that he's taught at, researched, what these parts, Sony Computer Sciences Laboratories. But here's your aha moment. From July 2012 to present, Sony Computer Sciences Laboratories. And look what it says, guys. DC microgrid system development, AC microgrid development, arc preventions technology. But here's your key takeaway. What the heck does that say? IEC SYC LVDC expert. Like LV means low voltage, by the way. And then, you know about DC microgrids. So IEC SYC? What? Are you serious? We have a connection here in regards to who? Back to this guy? And what did he mention? He mentioned ISO, did he not? And what specific ISO did he mention? He mentioned this ISO standard. And what does Max have from here? Well, it's this ISO standard of this particular one. And let's try to zoom in a little bit more about this. If I can. Actually, I can't. Hold on. There we go. talks about, boom, ISO IEC. Interesting. And it goes on to mention some of these other things. And excuse me, some of you guys are going to be like, oh, it just says ISO IEC. You know, there's a bunch of ISO IECs. It's not that exact one, Max. Shame on you for fluffing this up. Watch this. I type in a Control F because Control F is your best friend if you're in high school and college. By the way, all you guys going to college, get the ebook because you'll save you so much time in college. Okay. Do Control F, type in IEC space SYC. Comes up with a 101 result. Watch this. Boom. What does it say in the citation? What's it say in the citation? I know it's hard to see. I know it's super hard to see, but let's go over here and you will see that this right here, you have an agreement that dates back to December 6, 2019, and it's a liaison relationship, and it highlights IEC SYC what? Smart Cities, ISO, IEC, JTC 1, Working Groups 11. And what else does it also say? Oh my God. Internet of Things, the Smart Cities and Communication Standards Roadmap. Oh my goodness. Do we have a boil it, mash it, stick in a stew moment? Yeah, we do. Holy cow. Why isn't Jasmy ISO IEC JTC 1 compliant? Because there's your proof. They should apply to this. Now, why haven't they applied to it? Well, guess what? Your answer should be that there is what? There is things that need to take place. They can't just have anybody be it. There's a process, just like anything. What's the process? Well, let's take you over to this. Smithers.com. No, nothing to do with Simpsons, but kind of interesting. Let's go ahead and full screen this. This is great stuff. I'd say that this is my best research ever. I stand by that. I literally stand by that. Because it is. Because this is what, how many people are invested into ISO tokens, coins, and so on, right? You're invested into it because, you're like, wow, wow, I mean, ISO is a big deal because it's standards, right? Standards. That's the bottom line. All right, that's a little bit too big. Let me just go ahead and shrink that down. Sorry about that. So what's it say here from Smithers.com? Well, it goes on to mention that specifically, it does take a certain amount of time for you to get the ISO certification. But ISO certification is a multi-step process. Generally takes a minimum of 6 months to a year from implementation to registration. Certification requires businesses to institute specific procedures and processes per the standard they choose, as well as allow certain said systems to be established and operational for a set amount of time. Once the initial audit is completed, the company will receive an official certification that is valid for 3 years if the proper audit days are performed yearly. For example, 12 and 24-month surveillance periods. What does ISO certification process entail? Well, has all these stages. Stage 1 consists of initial assessment. And then, of course, Smithers, which I'm going to be honest, I haven't done a deep dive about Smithers, but Smithers will come to evaluate the company's QMS. Maybe Smithers is part of the audit on the surface. But, they'll lay out any regulatory requirements. They will also refine initial assessment, scope, and confirm the number of audit days required for assessment. So, guys, I want to tell you guys this, okay? Hold on a second. How many meme tokens have you seen in regards to, like, there's a Certic smart audit, right? If Jasmy wants to take this to the next level to get this ISO standard, this particular one, we have another one we're going to talk about. I'm telling you flat out, we have another one we're going to talk about. My God, right? But if they want to get on this particular one, then just like how Certic is, this is the audit system. I guess apparently I just discovered this myself, right? I can't get everything perfect 100%, but Smithers is the one for ISO. Interesting. Okay. Full screen this a little bit more. Talks about some other things. Of the requirements, stage 2 consists of observations, record reviews, personal interviews. Right, probably interviewing, some of the big ups of Jasmy. Upon completion, lead auditor will supply a written report of the results of the audit. Right, so there's a whole process. 30 to 45 days in regards to getting the actual certificate upon doing all this stuff. And of course, we can learn more. Guys, I'm telling you flat out, how cool is that? Right? So, what we're going to do now is get into the next part, which gets even better, believe it or not. We'll talk about another ISO standard. And on this next particular part, we'll give a shout out to the one and only Dip Metaverse from some research he had from last year that's going to bring you from the past, the present, and even to the future. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, guys. The next particular highlight is the other ISO standard. And yeah, Neurolink. Max, I didn't hear nothing from Elon Musk. You're just nothing but clickbait. I've been told that. I've had people unfollow me, tell me that I'm clickbait. At least I try to provide some research. Now, I'm going to state this. You will probably never hear from Elon Musk in regards to Neurolink. But again, guys, it's not, for example, what is directly being used is how you have things indirectly that access certain things through standards, right? Again, your key takeaway tonight is standards and why they're so important. If you want to stick around and hear me out on this, smash that like, share the program. You'll be glad you did so. Oh my gosh, all you guys that weather the storm for crypto winter and all the recent FUD in regards to the market crashing and so on. Again, guys, it's part of the journey. This is my second bull run, by the way, and I'm not going to let it affect me to the point where I just dump and sell everything. Of course not. So what we're going to do now is going to jump back into what we have. Let's go ahead and take out the brain for a second. It kind of helps me with my markers. All right. Let's see what we got. So let's welcome some of you guys. Let's also see what other questions you guys have specifically. And I'm telling you flat out, we have not gotten to everything. You're going to be blown away with some of this stuff. Maybe that sounds like hype. I don't know. In my opinion, I'd be blown away. I'm just going to be honest. I'd be blown away big time. All right. Let's read this from Order 66. Got the sunglasses out. April Cornwall with her classic, hey, 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 or hey, hey, hey. Glad to have you again, April. Thank you again for that super chat. Dinu, aka Dinu, says, I want the nitty gritty. That's right. Hey, I am honored by this guy's presence. When you see people from our research consortium, which is Neo X Tricks and so on, you got to give him a shout out. Neo, thank you so much for being here. He says, hello, my dear bro. Sorry I can't stay. I'm going to drive my son to school. It's all good. I'm just honored to have you. Make you watch the replay later, the chopped up version. All right. By the way, just a report. We have 440 people here on the live tonight. I understand. I was thinking earlier, I was like, dang, man, like this is probably like my biggest research ever. Not the best of numbers. Like we broke a record last week, 1,100. It's okay. I'm thinking, oh yeah, duh. What's the problem? A lot of fear of the market. Fear of the market will also be a representation on the live show. Let's just be honest about that. All right. We're also gonna get into welcoming more people. I love your avatar, man. If that's really you, I mean, then you're a cool looking old dude, Anyway. So you gotta let us know, Angus. I mean, is your voice like when you thank Jack? Are you literally saying, "Well, thank you, Jack. I understand Maximus Crypto likes to play cod, but back in my day, cod was a fish." Wow, really? Did you ride the school bus when you were a kid? Back in my day, I had to walk to school. Shut up and sit down, Mr. Stanley. I said no. Anyway, Jack Thompson. So sorry, Mr. Scrimmage. My finger is misbehaving. Oh, God. Okay. I don't know what that's about. Richie Rich says, Rob says he expects an invite as soon as he wraps up his stream. Oh, 7:56. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit late on that. I could send him an invite. That's fine. Let's see here. Let's give Mr. Rob an invite to come and chill on Sugar Hill. All right. Not really. You guys remember that song from the 90s? I want to chill on Sugar Hill. Who was that from? AZ. Remember the rapper AZ? Anyway. All right, let's see here. I will give him an invite right now. I'm going to send it to him on X because X going to give it to you. And forget getting research on your own. X going to deliver it to you, right? All right, let's see here. Let's get Mr. What's his face? I have to look him up. Crypto Future 99. Ah, it's Rob Mass. That's right. All right. Rob Mass. Here's the invite. Boom. There you go. And let's see here. Interesting. Might have to share that a little bit later, Tim Shea. Okay. So, Rob, I've gone ahead and sent you, I believe, the invite. Oh, sorry for the late reply. All right. So we got that. Let's jump back into the comments. And let's welcome Crypto Queen. Hi, Max and everyone. Thank you for being here, Crypto Queen. You know, with a lovely looking dog. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see here. River, $1 Whoppers got me through post-secondary school. Yeah, I mean, $1 Whoppers back in the day. 99-cent Whoppers, right? That was something else. You know? But if you use the app and you get enough points, then you go there on a Wednesday, you can get 2 Whoppers for $3. How's that possible? You get 50% off on one by ordering on a mobile order. Then you make a separate order, and then you just get your free Whopper that you've accumulated. So 2 Whoppers comes out to $3. Does that only feed 2 people? Yes, but it's better than nothing. I mean, it's the closest thing to the 90s, right? All right. You guys shouldn't mention eating Whoppers. Whoppers are very bad for you. Yeah, I know. Anyway. Blackwood is mad at Bits Crunch. Oh, God. Okay, I don't know what that's all about, but that's okay. I will share that on the Investor Place report. Investor Place report has their own key takeaway on some of that stuff. We'll get into that. All right. We'll say that for the end. Yes, I am aware of that. Will Fix does an excellent job of covering them. They've reached out to me. I didn't know if it was a real one. I was like, that can't be right. Why would they reach out to me? You know what I mean? But it seems like it's solid. At first, I was like, because I get a lot of, I'll be honest, I get a lot of emails from, like, oh, we're an exchange, we're a brand new exchange, and we want you to cover our token. I'm like, you want me on a small platform to cover your token? But obviously, crypto trading fund, man, I mean, it's done really well for a lot of you guys, right? I do think it's pretty good on the surface. I haven't done a super deep dive into it, but I have looked into it a little bit, and it does seem pretty solid. Calexo, don't know about that one. Interesting. All right. All right, let's see here. The best thing about Burger King and McDonald's, you can leave them sit on the counter for a year and they still look like, oh, God. That's probably why we shouldn't eat it, right? Oh, geez. That's horrible. All right. Tim Shea, Blackwood was going to get in on Capture the Flag when it was launched, but didn't. I missed that one. That's too bad. You got to go back and play some Unreal Tournament 1999 and make sure you capture the flag. I'm kidding, right? Crypto trading fun. I'm just having fun. All right. Shout out to Crypto Future, my brother from another mother. He probably got tired of waiting for me to invite him on. I don't see him backstage, but anyway, as soon as I do, it'll make a sound. Let me double check. Let's see if he saw my message, because maybe he was like, forget Max. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go work out, Yeah, that's probably what he's doing right now. He's just like done with his stream. He's just like, I need to go pump some iron, right? All right. Willie P, welcome. Hello. And what else do we got? OG Crypto, Mr. Gangsta, welcome. He says he has a lot of projects to do for society, so he has to live a longer and then get them done before he drops dead. Oh, boy. All right. Let's see here. I'm hilarious. What did I say? I don't know. I must have said something. All right. Let's see here. You guys like some of that? Oh, the old man voice. Anger Scrim is an actor name played tall man in Phantasm movies. Maximus Crypto, who doesn't know about it? Do you know? The Shadow knows. Yeah, that's a good point, huh? All right. Brandon, Jasmy will fall to 0.0152, then pump, wait for that to buy. That's a good point. You have a billion token. You have a billion tokens. Really? A billion. Hold on a second. All right, let's just hold on. I'm not calling BS, but I'm just saying, I mean, if you do, then you're the ultimate whale. Okay. All right. Let's just point this out for a second. All right. This kind of bugs me for a second because there's another guy that claimed that he owned like 25 million. And if you do, that's amazing. All right. Like, don't take this the wrong way, but I just want to add this up for a second. So let's look at like all time. Okay. Or at least the last, I don't know, maybe the last year or something. So let's pull this up. This is some bonus coverage, okay? And Brandon, if you really have this, then my God, you're going to be more than good. So yeah, let's pull this up. All right. So as you guys can see on the screen, when it comes to Jasmy, all-time low. You know, again, this is from CMC, but I remember this, right? 0.002747. All right. So for most of us, right? It's like we DCA. I DCA, you DCA, baby burn mo, right? Burn, baby burn like Disco Inferno. But you got to keep in mind, unless we just went all in at the all-time lows of what? 0.002747. Okay? Most of us, you know, had multiple DCAs, right? Multiple, you know, I buy a bag, I buy another bag. All right, so let's assume, which as you guys know, makes a ass out of you and me, right? As the saying goes. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that Brandon was like, yeah, man, this is the all-time lows. Let's go. You know, and he just loaded the heck up on this. Okay. So basically speaking, let's say he bought a billion. He didn't do the DCA. All right. He bought a billion of the freaking tokens at that price of 0.002747. Instead of all these zeros. And as we know, when it comes to a billion, it's a 1 with 9 zeros behind it. What do we get? Oh, geez. You spent $2,747,000 on Jasmy for a billion tokens. Wow. Then you were like the whale of all whales, basically speaking. You own you know, there's 50 billion tokens. So you basically own a percentage of the supply, a large percentage of the supply. I don't know. I mean, that's incredibly bullish. And then, you know, if you're holding on to obviously $1, then, you know, obviously that's 50, you know, actually, what am I talking about? That would be, yeah, I mean, you'd be worth $1 billion. So it goes to the 1787, you'd be worth 17 billion plus dollars. All right, enough about that. That's interesting. All right. Tell us what your average DCA is, Brandon. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm not saying that can't happen. All right. So not a billion, a million. All right. That's more like it. Okay. Okay. I was going to say that's a lot more like it. What was your average DCA still, though? That's what I want to know, Brandon. That's what I want to know. Okay. I was like, what? Yeah, I mean, guys, we have a super whale on. We have a blue whale, like we have a megalodon whale, you know. All right. Enough about that. You know, Brandon's probably like, you know, I don't mean this about you. Like, ski Maximus, I'm going home. I'm gonna be rich. Get me going to the moon. All right. River. They are reaching out because you're solid, Max. True story. Oh, well, thanks, man. OG Crypto, how does projects, you know, do turn into, I'm not reading that into voice to text. I mean, seriously. Oh, wow. Interesting. All right. Right. We're going to do now is we are going to get into some of these other key things. All right. So let's get rid of some of these tabs. Let's get into some of these other things. Okay. All right. All right. Excuse me. All right. So what we're going to do is pull this up. This comes from the one and only Dip Metaverse. Shout out to the brother Dip. All right. So one of the main things are why a lot of you guys are here tonight. Anything in regards to Neurolink, because it seems like a big deal. Like I mentioned earlier, you're not going to hear officially from Elon Musk in regards to Jasmy and Neurolink. I just want to throw that out there. But when we pointed out earlier in the outline in regards to like Taro Kono and some of his statements, and also the Data Flow Alliance, the working groups and their statements, and especially when it comes to what? Specifically, this ISO standard that we just mentioned, we have examples of other ISO standards, right? So I think it's all worth pointing out, you know, and basically speaking, getting into some of these other key things, because let's face it, all of it is definitely worth pointing out. So basically, I want to jump into some of this. Okay, let's go ahead and share this. And yes, let's see here. I think this is the other one, right? Yeah. All right, hold on a second. I gotta make sure that's on the screen the right way, because I got rugged, absolutely rugged, if you will, when it came to that. So, boy. All right, let's see what we have. Yeah. Society Alliance. Hold on a second. Yeah, some of this stuff went away on my screen. My God. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get through it as much as we can. All right. So here it is from Dip Metaverse. He talks about this. He says, "Hi, Jasmy friends." He did some digging in regards to recursive AI. Jasmy AI partnered with the presentation AI partners that we'll be working with. Okay. Or the whole thing with Kujit a while back. Let's go ahead and full screen this. Interesting, right? Why is this all interesting? Well, you're going to see here that you have this realization. Secure data collection, the application by secure PC functions, data selection considering privacy, Jasmy's original Edge AI engine, platinum data aggregation by personal data locker, right? All these things are very worth pointing out. I'm going to jump into this for a second. So you will see here that you have this example in regards to Elon Musk Neuralink, okay? And how it shows its first chip patient playing online chess. And it goes on to mention that back in March 21st, which let's face it, it's not even been a full month, talks about this startup of Neuralink and how they have their first patient implanted with a chip using his mind to play online chess. Who is the person? His name is Noland Arbaugh or Arbo. All right. The 29-year-old patient who was paralyzed below the shoulder after a diving accident played chess on his laptop with the cursor using the Neurolink device. The implant seeks to enable people to control a computer cursor or keyboard using only their thoughts. What does that basically mean? Like freaking telepathy to a sense? I mean, if you really think about it. Now, a lot of things that seem like they're science fiction being confirmed. Absolutely crazy, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share this with you guys. And I'm going to take you to this. And basically speaking, I got to go ahead and you're going to hear from this the actual patient, if you will. Okay. Let's go ahead and share this. Here we go.
Obviously, the first person with the Neuralink implant. Thank you. It's been a wild ride. I think more than anything, I'm just impressed with all the work y'all have done. I mean, I did very little. I let them, cut open my skull and put something in my brain, and that's about it. I was asleep for all of it, so it was super easy. Y'all have been doing work for years, and I'm just so impressed with everyone I've met. And I don't know, it's amazing. It's amazing being able to tour everything and see, behind the scenes. It's fantastic. I can't express enough how awesome all of y'all are and how much this is going to change the world. I mean, I can already see it. It's been a month. I think a month was like 2 days ago. And how much my life has changed and how much it's improved, not just my life, but the implant and the work that y'all are doing. It's been fantastic. And I can only imagine where this is going to go. And y'all are really doing just the coolest thing in the world. I'm so happy to be a part of it. I feel so blessed to be a part of it. Like I said, I didn't do a whole lot to get selected. I just happened to align with everything that y'all wanted, that the study wanted. And really it was luck, basically. And at any point today, if y'all want to come talk to me, please come on up. I am basically like all of y'all, just with a bit of hardware in my skull, a bit more compute power, and that's about it. So come on up, say hi. I'll ask you about how you got into this because I'm fascinated to hear all of your origin stories, is what I've been calling it. And yeah, I think that's about it. Good work, everyone.
So Nolan is a very impressive person, but I want to take just one moment before bragging on his behalf about all the work that he's done over the past month to also acknowledge his mother, his father, and his friend here in the front row. I've spent probably 8 hours a day plus at their home the last sort of month-ish. And I just want to acknowledge that none of this would happen without them. I mean, literally none of it. And it's a team effort the whole way. So just if I could have one round of applause for Nolan, but also their family. Yeah, and then I want to just talk briefly. It's sort of an impossible task to try to summarize the quantity of data and the impact that Nolan and his family have had over the last month, not just on Neurolink. I want to be clear, not just on Neurolink, but on the entire industry and what it means for the field in general. So I have a pretty impossible job of trying to summarize with a few statistics what that looks like, just to give you a sense of the kind of crazy, absurd amount of data and progress that we've made in the last month. So the first is we've done literally only 12 BCI sessions so far. We've done 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. And for those of you who have worked in this field before, you know that this is not the usual thing to happen. If you have experience with BrainGate or previous clinical trials, it's typically a couple days a week for a couple hours. And by Monday morning, at usually around 11 a.m., we've usually surpassed what the normal is in terms of data collection for a week. The second thing I want to acknowledge is the amount of learning that we've taken away from those sessions. And so if you look at the next bullet point there, I asked Sammy to compute this, 271 pages of notes over those 12 PCI sessions. And it's to the degree that Google Docs actually doesn't load that document anymore. And we had to start splitting it up day by day. And it's actually not just about, it just wouldn't happen with anyone. I want to emphasize that. Nolan has a very unique ability to give us useful comments on what needs to change to make our product better. His parents, his friends have given us similar comments. And these are pages of notes on what we need to change to make it better going forward. This is invaluable data. Okay, now to the raw stats. Lifetime, Nolan has selected 89,285 targets in WebGrid. There is no one in the same league. There was one day, February 15th, Nolan selected 762 in one day. For reference, the maximum I think I've ever seen any living creature do is probably Pager before that, and it's in the low thousands, not even close. It's like a multiplier off. Absolutely absurd quantity of data. The total number of left clicks Nolan has done with this BCI, 111,000 left clicks. Right clicks, 35,000 right clicks. Okay, now for the most important stat of all. For those who know me, I'm a very competitive person. Nolan is competitive, but shows it in a slightly different way. And I've been playing chess with Nolan for the last month, incrementally as his BCI has improved. And I want to be very clear that Nolan will destroy me in any fair competition, okay? It's not a close contest intellectually.
Nolan nods.
However, when the BCI is not working well enough for him to beat me, and the clock time is small enough, I have a chance. And just for the record, Nolan has beaten me 7 times in chess, and has only lost 4 times. So he's up 3 games right now.
Better believe it.
And then the last 2 numbers I want to talk about, or maybe just the last number I want to talk about briefly, is the one on the bottom here. And it's, I think, in some ways the most important metric from the last month. And it's the number of hours of Civilization 6 played between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. using a BCI. And it's it's 7.6 hours of Civilization 6 played between those hours. And Nolan, I guess, do you want to just briefly comment on what that number means, and in terms of your life, your ability to use your BCI to do that versus what was the previous alternatives? Do you have any comments you want to share on that?
I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, maybe just as a reflection, when using your previous assistive technology, things like the mouse stick, was that a possibility for you, or did this?
Yeah, no, not really. There are a lot of problems that arise with using other assistive technology. Basically, what would happen is, say I would using my mouth stick, and if y'all don't know what a mouth stick is, it's basically just a stick that I hold in my mouth, and I can touch. Has a little piece of fabric on the end of it, basically, and I can use it to touch, like my iPad or something. If I were to use it for that long, I run the risk of getting pressure sores. It is basically impossible because I have to sit in one position for that long, and that is just not how my body works. Y'all might not have seen it today, but at some point you maybe will. I have very bad spasms. I'm very spastic. So my legs will kick, my whole body shifts to one side or the other. And so sitting in one position to use a mouth stick in front of an iPad is next to impossible. I actually had a quad stick, which is basically like a sip and puff. I don't know if y'all know what sip and puffs are. This is a sip and puff where I can control my chair with it. It's like a hard blow to go forward, a soft blow to go right, a hard suck to go backwards, and a soft suck to go left. And I have a remote that has about 8 or 10 different commands on it, and I have to be perfectly centered in order to use that. And if I spasm at all or move at all, I have to be completely readjusted. Getting to
Okay, I wanted to play a little bit more about it because I mean it's nice to hear his story and so on. So before it went back to this particular person that you just heard, Nolan, in his testimony about the Neurolink device and so on, you heard the gentleman on the right, so the left of him, but the right of the stage. Okay, he mentioned specifically a thing called BCI. Listen to this part. Okay, so I want to pull this up in that regard, and let's take a look into this for a second. For all people that don't know what Neuralink does, I'm going to go ahead and share this for a second. So basically, anybody can do a simple search, right? But as you can see here, it talks about Neuralink, neurotechnology company founded by Elon Musk, that's building an implantable brain-computer interface capable of translating thought in the course to action. Launched in 2016, private venture claims its neural device will help people, for example, like this particular person, right, paraplegic, to regain movement, restore vision. What can it cure? It can enable those with spinal cord injuries to move their limbs. It can effectively cure paralysis, blindness, mental illness, neurological conditions such as like what my dad had, Alzheimer's and so on. How much does the implant cost? Costs about $10,500 in exams, parts, and labor. Cost insurers, or excuse me, the cost to insurers is expected to push the price to $50,000. Actual price could easily run higher if the cost necessary of components, procedures, and so on rise. So there's a lot of stuff about this, right? And a lot of people are obviously paying attention to it. When you get more into this whole thing about Neuralink, and understand that interview, is this part. Now, if you're wondering about the whole thing, obviously what we're talking about, Jasmy, January 29th, 2024, Musk said that Neuralink has successfully implanted a brain-computer interface, BCI, device, that the company named telepathy in a human on the day prior. All right, and talks about that patient. Look at this for a second. BCI, the disc, like what does Elon Musk's Neuralink brain chip do? It would register brain activity, send it over a device such as a smartphone through a common Bluetooth connection. Huh. The first product, called telepathy, literally called that, will allow people to control their phones or the computers just by thinking. Literally, like, you can understand why they call it telepathy. When you get further into the whole thing, like that guy was talking about next to the patient, that was that we shared that video about. BCI is an invasive process, requires surgery to implant the electrodes into the scalp for communicating brain signals. Main advantage is to provide more accurate reading. However, downside includes side effects of the surgery, scar tissue, make brain signals weaker. How is it used? BCI. Brain computer interfaces enable humans to control machines with their minds by using electrical sensors to create a direction connection between a brain's neurons and external machine. BCIs can be either directly attached to the brain tissue through surgery or placed on a user's head in the form of a wearable device. Huh. All right. Let me show you this for a second. So when I got more into this whole thing, I saw some more information that's definitely worth pointing out. Okay. And so basically, my thing is like getting more into, I guess you could say more of the nitty gritty, as I would always say. I know some of you guys are talking about that, right? So, let's take you over to a little bit more about Tadashi Morita. So he has this abstract about electronical apparatus information processing method in a program. He talks about this whole thing of having an invention that relates to electronic apparatus information processing method. Program that will allow for provision server of an application to be capable and easily causing an electronic apparatus having an IC chip to manage the data when a service issuing commands transmitted from a service issuing terminal 11 is received. You will see a little bit more about this, and it goes on to mention that there's a function, an IC card, back to like what we talked about with Taro Kono, information indicating a service data structure and the sequences, on and on, right? Service data structure, managing all this, provisions, but says that the present invention can be applied to an apparatus having an IC chip. And of course, there's the patents, like we pointed out before. Man, those darn ads are something else, aren't they? Anyway, and how, this dates back quite a bit. Sony, though, obviously. You see, for example, Morita cited there. It's dated all the way back to 2014 in regards to this patent. And it gives a whole full breakdown of some of this stuff. Now, I get it. Some of you guys will say, well, what the heck does this have to do with medical? All right. Great question. Let's pull this up for a second, because this is definitely worth pointing out. So, remember how we talked about, that ISO standard? Well, do you know that standard is part of all these particular things here? And I really had to zoom in on this one, so I don't know how perfect it's going to be in that regard. Hold on a second. Okay. So remember how we talked about, that particular ISO standard earlier, and we mentioned that Tadashi Morita and those guys in regards to, the one in regards to, was it IS? There's so many ISO standards, but the one I mentioned earlier, the tab went away. But your key takeaway should be what's mentioned here in regards to, and I think I have the reference. Let me pull it back one more time. All right. Let me jump back one more page. Sorry about that. Something about when you have research and it's all ready to go, and then your darn connection, I guess you could say, rugs you. It's not a fun thing. All right, here we go. So IEC, SYC, right? And we found that one particular standard that they're part of, right? Jumping into this, you will see back to the PDF. Let's pull this up. It mentions some of these things that fall under that umbrella, if you will. All right. So there's this, which is ISO IEC NP 3532-2. And what does it mention? It mentions specifically information technology, 3D printing, scanning, medical image-based modeling. There's that, right? And I understand. We're going to get into some of this good stuff here in a second. And it mentions this falls under the blanket of that. That's what it was again. The ISO IEC JTC 1, working group 12. Okay. So many things follow under that particular umbrella. Okay. Getting into the next part of this for a second. Let's pull this up because this is written really tiny. I was trying to blow it up for you as much as I can. Okay. So we're going to pull up the next thing. Okay. And that is this right here. All right. So that's just part of the reference. All right, here we go. Boom. This is from another PDF about this ISO standard. Okay. So business plan for JTC 1. Remember, this is the ISO standard that we were talking about. ISO, IEC, JTC 1. You heard that literally, just in case you're tuning in, from the data, was it the Data Flow Alliance? Okay. So here it is. And I don't know if I zoom in anymore on this because I don't want to necessarily lose my spot. Let me see if I can zoom in just a tad bit more. Okay, I'll highlight it and see if that will work. Hold on. Yes. All right. Just trying to make it nice for you guys so you can see it better, right? Okay. So let's jump up for a second. If you're wondering where the heck does this come from? This comes from ISO IEC JTC 1 N16476. Okay. So this is interesting. This business plan was written back in 2023. Okay. And basically, it gets into some of these things. Well, what about the specifics? All right. Well, look at this. Guys, I'm telling you flat out, here's your connector. Based on the ISO IEC JTC1 AG16 and also JTC1 SC43, which was established at the ISO IEC JTC1 plenary holding back in 2021, the national body of China serves as the secretariat for JTC1 SC43. And you have these people that were part of this whole thing. I guess you could say witnesses to the whole thing of the standardization. All right, here's your aha moment. Standardization in the area of brain-computer interfaces for information technology to enable communication and interaction between brain and computers that are applicable across application areas. What's the focus? Well, JTC1's standardization program on brain-computer interfaces, including the development of foundational standards. Brain-computer interfaces, JTC1, IEC, ISO, and other entities developing applications of BCI. What about some of the standards for human implants? Again, back to the example of why I shared that video with you, because that was literally Neurolink, was it not? And did that guy, guys, think about it, guys. Did that guy next to the patient, the first patient to ever have a Neurolink hooked up in his head, didn't that guy specifically mention BCI? He did. That's why I was pointing out to you. And I watched the whole thing. Okay. So BCI. Boom. BCI. See how we did that? Okay. Again, this would have flowed a lot more earlier or better. But again, I am working the best that I can to make this all come together because my research was rugged when my power went out. So yeah, look at this, guys. The development, of foundational standards. Back to that data flow group, if you want to call them that, right? That working group. They reference this, and this references what? Brain-computer interfaces to JC1, IEC, ISO, and entities developing applications of BCI. My God. That's crazy. All right, let's jump a little bit more about this. It says there was this whole thing that was on March 23rd, 11 resolutions adopted in regards to those liaisons. But said remarkably, ISO IEC 8663 was approved for a new time frame. They have a reference architecture that was approved with some of these working groups. Okay. And it gets more into some of this stuff. Well, let me pull this up as well. Are you aware that the market size valued at 1.43 billion in regards to BCI technologies and products, and talks about significant growth in the research groups and new startups working on brain-computer interfaces. Now, I'm not saying that obviously Jasmy works on brain-computer interfaces specifically, but when we talk about Internet of Things and we talk about standards, do you understand the bigger picture about this? I think you do. I don't think you guys, look at this as like, rocket science or brain surgery. No pun intended. I mean, a little bit, right? So, as you can see, when we get more into the outline, you will see specifically about the whole thing of more about BCI and its technologies and the products. Look at this. Global BCI market size was valued at 1.43 billion in 2021 and anticipated to grow at a compound annual growth rate, CAGR, of 14.58% during the next decade. My God. Large technological companies, Meta, Google, and Kernel. Remember we talked about Kernel in regards to Stellar. I don't know if you guys paid attention to that particular part. But anyway, so those particular ones, government agencies, U.S. Department of Defense, and best known investors, example, Elon Musk. Boom, there you go again. Have shown massive industry in this burgeoning industry. Major drivers of BCI market include increasing prevalence of neuropsychiatric disorders. So we get more into the whole thing about BCI. It's all over this thing. And these trends and augmentation and so on and so forth, right? But again, your key takeaway should be how this all comes in together because of what? Because, like what we also mentioned, it's the ones that are part of the bigger picture. And when we jump back to this ISO standard, which obviously Jasmy could apply to, right? This is the main one. I mean, obviously, I mentioned that second one. But it's ISO, IEC, the main key ones, ISO, IEC, JTC 1, okay? And when you look into it, just for medical alone, because some of you guys are like, well, that's what I mainly want to know. You have at least 7 examples here in regards to medical image-based modeling, segmentation, general requirement, printing, the scanning. And look at this for a second. I'm going to double check my settings to see if you can see it. Look at this. In vitro diagnostic medical devices, single-use receptacles for the collection of specimens other than blood from humans. That also falls under some of this, right? And then, hold on a second. Let me go further down. Hold on, my bad. So, that's a different one. Let me pull up a different one. Hold on a second. I might have to jump back. Yeah, JTC 1. It's hard to do in the left to right thing, if you really think about it. Hold on. All right, let me just highlight that particular one. So we're going to pull up JTC 1 more time. And I hate when my research gets jacked up like that. It drives me crazy. Because it's like I have it right on the right mark. Anyway. All right, so look at this for a second. Let's get more into some of this stuff. We have so many examples of this. I don't know if you can see this for a second, but I think you do. Let's pull this up. I'm going to go jump down to this particular one. All right. You have, for example, even with coding, C++, computer graphics, image processing, environmental data representation, information technology. And then get into the last part. Or I should say last part. This is good stuff. Because some of you guys asked about AI, information technology, AI, machine learning models. Let's type in a different one. And yes, here we go. I gotta go to, I think it's like number 50. Sorry about that. Fitting valves. Think about that for a second. When you see the Neurolink, I don't know if you guys can see this. It's really hard to get it specific. It's so tiny. That is not it right there. But anyway, it's ISO IEC JTC 1. Okay. And so, again, my whole thing is recognizing everything that was listed back to this in regards to all the techniques and everything that's involved in regards to the technology. Obviously, the whole thing of data, and what's being collected in regards to some of that. Sorry about that. Here is the other area I want to mention. So improve interoperability. Look at this for example. I'll read this whole thing. This is good stuff. Improve interoperability, important benefit of BCI standardization, increase interoperability between devices. BCI, different devices may need to work together. Look at that. To achieve a common goal. Standardized protocols can ensure different BCI devices can communicate effectively, work together, hence standards, allowing for more efficient and effective healthcare delivery. For example, and then boom, there's your example. ISO, IEC, JTC 1, right? And then also SC343, working groups are developing a standard for what? BCI system reference framework. Sorry about that. I had that bookmarked, but again, the power went out. It kind of times out everything and you lose your marks. And data structures. Look at this. Enable different BCI devices to work together seamlessly. Look at this. Brain control prosthetics, robots, where multiple BCI devices may be used to control different aspects of prosthetic. Standard protocols will allow components with a BCI system to properly exchange information, as well as enable BCI systems to communicate with other systems. What other systems? Think about that for a second. So that's big, right? And when we get more into some of this stuff, let's jump into the next part, what we have. Back to again, just in case you're not a believer about the whole thing of, I don't know, it's just coincidence. This standard, the ISO, IEC, JTC 1, information technology, brain-computer interfaces, BCI data, format non-invasive brain information collection. Brain information collection. Is that your boiler mash the stick in the stew moment? I think it is. I really, really think it is. Okay? You just got to look more into it. Not everybody's going to look into it. I understand. We all have families. We all have so much time in our day. I get it. I went down the rabbit hole. I couldn't believe what I found. When we look at the bigger picture of things. So basically, was it 1 or 2 ISO standards? Maybe even more than that, right? Really, really big news in regards to Jasmy in that regard. And my God, I mean, the scope of this. I'll come back in the frame. I think there's like maybe 4 or 5 more examples. The document includes definition of basic data elements, technology-specific information, what? Metadata? Design, extensible, and modular data structure, specification of metadata and annotation information, development of standardized data format, naming convention for BCI data files. Remember how we talked about data sets? The valuation of medical data? That's why I provide you guys all that information. Even Investor Place, which I have a premium membership with them. They even cite Jasmy with medical data. I just thought that was, obviously a good thing to get into. Okay? So, yeah, there you have it, basically. And even back to the other example of that particular company that we talked about earlier, attending that particular conference that Haro is at. And what compliance are they? ISO 13485 2016, medical devices, quality management systems. More than interesting. So, guys, like I want to point out, do what you want with the information presented. I literally connected quite a few things. It's not that Neurolink will come out and say, we choose Jasmy. No, it's not about that. It's understanding who will collect the data. Because why? Because we have standards in place that say you are the enabler to get this done because you meet compliance. So does Jasmy apply for example, this particular ISO standard? Not necessarily, but how cool would it be if they chose to do so? So I will state this. Anybody that's watching in regards to if you were a Jasmy ambassador, you have connections. Speak to Hara. Speak to some of these guys, right? The big ups. Maybe they're more than aware that, of ISO standards. I shouldn't say maybe. We already talked about this before. Kunitaki Ando is definitely aware of an ISO standard because he is connected to a company that has an ISO standard. So we already understand that he gets it. But this specific ISO standard, wow, how big of a deal that is. And understanding that when we talk about data sets, there's obviously data sets that are going to be worth more than others. Say what you want, Jasmy with a personal data logger to collect that particular Neurolink type data, whether it happens or doesn't happen, the standards are put into place, and you already have a guy such as Tadashi Morita, who is what? An expert? Just in case you just connected one last time. Boom, here we go. Yes. IEC, SYC, low voltage DC expert. As in DC, like we point out in regards to microgrids and stuff like that. But IEC, SYC has that standard through ISO, and everything in reference to, boom, this again, BCI. Because BCI with Neurolink. And just in case you missed that, all that in regards to Neurolink actually is on this particular page. Look at this. How many times BCI is mentioned here? In that video we shared, again, it's all there. It's all there. Anybody who wants to verify it for themselves, I'm sure there will be a few flutters that will just, you could always tell who will take what's on the surface and go from there. And I just realized that Rob is here. I am so sorry. It didn't do the ding. Rob, my bad. Because when I checked earlier, I couldn't hear the ding. So
what's up, buddy?
I'm glad to have you here, man. So did you hear some of that stuff?
Oh yeah, I've been listening for about a half hour. So I came to say two things, man. I heard that you got a blue whale in the chat.
Oh so yeah, it's a typo. He doesn't have billions. He's got a million.
I had the DCA. I have 1 billion and 1 Jasmy. I got to be number one.
Right. I might get back into the comments, but yeah, guys, obviously welcome Rob. Rob, how long you been waiting down there?
About 25, 30 minutes.
Man, it didn't do the notification. It didn't go bing or anything, because what happens is the other videos blocked you. So sorry about that. Anyway.
Oh, no worries, brother. No, I was listening the whole time I was watching. So
yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff. I don't know. I mean, right now we have, you guys rock. I mean, I guess we scaled up when I talked about Neurolink and stuff like that, but we have 531 watching, not bad. I was telling guys that we're obviously going to take a dip in the viewers because, when there's a lot of fear, people don't want to hear this stuff, right? The hardcore people they'll buy the fear, right? So
100%, man. The views definitely go down on everything. Even Bitcoin, people don't care as much about Bitcoin videos, but I tend to do them to, because it matters. And when things are going good, my Bitcoin videos get a lot of views, but on the last 2 days, not so great, man.
Nah, I hear you on that. Well, thanks for your patience, and again, I apologize. I wasn't trying to,
Just want to say real quick.
Yeah.
See a lot of people saying hey in the chat. So how's it going, everybody? Dainu, Josh, Element Rage, a lot of familiar faces. River, how's it going, everybody? How's it going?
Cool. Glad to have you, Mr. Crypto Future 99 with a nice looking haircut. So I got to get myself a new haircut too. So anyway, what?
I say yes. Just make sure, guys. I came also to tell you guys to make sure that you're, if you're not smashing the scam, 100% scam.
Just be scam, right? Anyway. All right, let's see here. Bullish choices. Yes, I remember you did change your name. Welcome back. And Lisa Bird. Okay, cool. Very cool. Wow. You got, hold on, what is that? 8,236,000. You got about roughly, you got a lot more than I got. That's nice.
Sugar
2.5.
mama.
You guys did really well. You bought all that fear and you didn't let give into the flood. Lisa Bird had almost 10 million, sold some and quit. You quit your job. Wow. All right. Yeah, that deserves 2 thumbs up, right? I apologize, guys. Like, I mean, I had all my ducks in a row. I don't know if you saw Rob. So before the show, I had to delay the show like 20 minutes because I mean, I have all these tabs, right? My power went out, and so it's connected to the internet. You know how it times out. So all my markers, all that stuff, gone. I was like,
Damn.
oh, I'm like, somebody is after me, man, trying to rug my research. And
I
so,
wasn't even sure if you were going live tonight. I was gonna shoot you a message. I should shot you a message to find out.
oh, it's all good. I'm glad to have you, though. Nonetheless. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it would have been like, I don't know. I just my thing is like, even when I used to teach, I mean, it was just like I love having my ducks in a row where it's just boom, 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 you know. And then I was just like trying to scramble. And then when I was playing that video, the guy who was the first person from Neurolink to have his little, you know, I should say little, but anyway, I mean, what a great story. But anyway, I was like, well, I could try to find that, and I did, and so I was able to come in the clutch. But anyway. All right, let's read this. A few more comments. I do appreciate you guys. Let's read this from somebody apparently who was, or not. I don't know. Let's see, Kunk City. If he was a paraplegic, sure, sign me up. But otherwise, I find Neuralink creepy. Right? Yeah, it's really mixed. Elon's saying he'll be able to read minds. No thanks. I mean, that's crazy. OG Crypto, for people who are not paralyzed, that's a very invasive procedure. Right, but I mean, you know, it's not like you force anybody. I mean, there's people who want to do it, and there's people that aren't. I mean, it's nice to see that there's options, but I understand it's kind of mixed.
You would have to think that at some point it's going to be commonplace 10, 15 years from now, 20 years maybe.
Yeah, there are gonna be a lot of improvements. OG Crypto says bedtime. All right, hopefully you're having a good bedtime. Edward Vincent, aka Squidward. If not Neuralink, at least it's capable and technologically compatible for competitor companies. Yeah, that's the whole point of having an ISO standard and so on. So, um, I don't know. It's crazy. If anything, I'll try to when I do the thumbnail, I'll try to list the actual standards. And I don't know if the Jasmy management team is going to apply for these guys. I mean, how am I going to know that, right? But if I'm an ambassador, obviously, you know, Jesse's an ambassador. We know Spencer, right? This ambassador. They could ask that, you know what I mean, and say, hey, you know, if they want, I don't know. But the point is, it's there. They could apply for it. And then, like I mentioned to you guys earlier, there's a process that, you know, it could take about 6 months to a year because there's an audit that is done with that company called Smithers for the audit. So it's very interesting. But let's face it, a lot of people buy just ISO coins, you know what I mean? Because they understand the standards that are in place. Jasmy just simply needs to apply for this particular standard. And what is it again? Just in case, I think I have it written down. I believe I do. So yeah, it's ISO/IEC JTC1. Let's get the info out there that they can basically apply for this to become compliant. Okay, I know I gave some of those other examples and so on, but this is the main one because it blankets some of the other ones. I think, like I said, there's 2 that we talked about, but this, in my opinion, let's just narrow it to 1 because this also blankets some of the other things that we talked about in regards to, you know, what is it with Neuralink, the BCIs, right? Okay, so let's read a few more. Kunk City, nobody connects the dots better. Appreciate show. Thanks, man. Do appreciate that. And I'll be chopping it up, and I'll try to make a little bit better on that one. All right, you guys, you got a lot of people saying what's up to you, Rob. Element Rage.
Element Rage, yeah, he's over from my channel there. I like to see a lot of you guys jump over. Crypto Queen, another one, you know, David. I like to see you guys jump over, you know, like support the whole community, right, guys? Watch Max's stuff, watch Jesse's stuff, right? And so, so on and so forth. The good, solid, factual content creators out there. I know there's a lot of, white noise, but definitely good to see a lot of you guys jumping over here. I try not to stream when Max is going so that we're not crossing over, but it's awesome. It's awesome to see all you guys. Thank you so much for coming over. I like coming over and hanging out in the chat too. So
Yeah, it is nice to have a friend here and so on, and we do appreciate you, Rob. And then what I was also going to state is, I think it was like sometime last week, I saw that you were going to have like another late night stream, so I told everybody, I was just like, hey, go watch Rob, and then obviously I was a special guest over there. So, all right, let's see here. Stingy Bayberry, smash the likes. Thank you so much. Let's read this from Dennis Little. He bought more Casper under 3 cents. That's a good buy. I agree. XRP with Red Take sale this last week. I hit the subscribe. Thank you, Stingy Bayberry. Josh Corbin. I don't know if I welcomed you earlier, but welcome. Glad to have you. And you never know. I'm leaning towards no, but you never know. All right, let's read this. David Schickman. People don't be scared. Dollar cost average. I'm into to win it. Bags are packed like a leprechaun. Oh, cool. MKK QNT HBAR algo. He's listening to all his particular coins. Don't forget, guys, this is the ISO standard. I'm not saying that Jasmy already has that. It's kind of like, like when we talk about, what coins are still left that, such and such project can apply for. Remember how we saw in the past the Hoskinson of Cardano, literally Charles Hoskins said, yeah, we're aware of ISO 222, it's on our list to probably apply for it, but we never heard anything more about it. You have to treat this kind of like that. That Jasmy could apply to be ISO/IEC JTC1. And this is obviously no nothing burger. This is a big deal when it comes to this because it mentions quite a few things, but obviously some of the aha moments, right? When it came to some of that stuff. And, again, you guys can go back and watch some of that that was shared. My thing was like, I can't believe some of the main things that was shared. I mean, just in case you just tuned in, right? Some of you guys just tuned in. Let's share this for a second. I just want to pound it home one more time. Okay. Look at this, guys. So this is in regards to just a tad bit more about this. All right. Look at this. Look at that. That's straight from this site here, or the PDF. What? ISO, International Organization of Standardization. You have the managers. You have information about the managers and working groups. ISO, IEC. Okay. Coordination dates back to 2020 roughly. But there's only one of one when you type in this right here, IEC SYC and IEC SYC, Smart Cities. Look at that, guys. Working groups, WG11. And what does it say? Internet of Things and Smart Cities and Community Standards Roadmap. And this is the part I did forget earlier. What kind of priority is this for ISO? This is high priority. This is not low priority. This is a high priority. In fact, I'll probably take this segment, also put it in the chopped on one. Guys, I'm telling you flat out. Like when I stumbled upon this, I was blown away to find that because this all makes sense. And just in case you're just tuning in, why does this all make sense? Back to our beloved Tadashi Morita, this guy right here, Sony Computer Science Laboratories. That's Jasmy's Tadashi Morita. And when you get down to the bottom part, search result 101, 2012 to present, Sony Computer Science Laboratories, position open system strategist, whatever. Description, DC microgrid. But this part, IEC SYC expert. LVDC means low voltage, like, with DC microgrid. But IEC SYC. Again, IEC SYC, and you jump over to literally this once again, And what do you see? Internet of Things, Smart Cities, Community Standards Roadmap, and you have ISO, IEC, JTC1, because that was confirmed with that particular working group from the Data Flow Alliance. It's all there, guys. It's all verifiable. Look into it more yourself if you choose to do so. So, how are you doing, Rob?
I'm doing good. I was just reading some of the comments while I was listening to you, and I was just kind of thinking. I talked about it a little bit over on my show earlier today, a couple times, and it's because a lot of people are asking the same things. I'm going back to what one of the questions there. Will Jasmy reach 208 again, or something, an eighth of a cent? So what I've been saying, guys, I really don't think that Jasmy will go down that low again, to be honest with you. Not ever, but like right now, anytime soon. Jasmy has really held up really, really strong against this dip, despite how people might feel about it. It hasn't even reached 1 cent 5 when everything else is bleeding so hard, right? I mean, it's still holding at 1 cent 7 right now. I don't know if I can show this, brother. Hang on, if you can show this for me. It's holding very, very strong. It hasn't fallen anywhere near, right? See, I got Bitcoin compared with it, and it's held at 1 cent 7. It hasn't even hit 1 cent 5. We're not even close to an eighth of a cent to be considering that. But that being said, I did want to put a caveat out there that another thing I covered on the channel, guys. I really do strongly believe that there is further downside coming. So I would say, like, have some dry powder on the side, dollar cost average, right? Don't be aping it and stuff like that. I mean, obviously, Max and I'll never give you financial advice, but you want to be prepared for all scenarios. Could we see, mid 50s for Bitcoin? Yeah, we could. I mean, Grayscale waited till this evening to dump another like $286 million worth of BTC on us, right? And they don't seem to be slowing down. So just be prepared for it every day. The DXY, I'll show you something else here too, brother. If you don't mind, I don't want to hijack your show.
You're not hijacking everything. I mean, I'm pretty much like I already shared more than enough. Yeah, it's like your show now, my friend. Thank you for being here.
It's Maximus Future Crypto.
There you go.
Like, if you look at the DXY, guys, it's pumping nonstop right now, right? And as long as this continues to pump, the risk on assets are going to continue to fall, right? So this is one of the reasons we desperately need this. I'm hoping maybe we'll see a double or triple top up here, a little bit higher up, and we can get, a bearish kind of signal there. But, as long as this is going parabolic like this is the dollar, guys. And as long as this continues to pump, like I said, Bitcoin risk on assets, they're going to go down, right? And you combine that with what's going on with the Middle East and stuff. I don't like getting into details about that stuff on channels. So, but you have that going on, and then you have Grayscale dumping on us. We have a series of unfortunate events conspiring to crash the market downwards, and you have the pullback of the Bitcoin halving. So that's why you should expect potentially further downside, and you should be ready to capitalize on the opportunities in front of you. So, yeah. That's all I had to say about that, man. Just want people to be in the know,
Absolutely. I recognize that apparently when I was showing you some settings on StreamYard that I got rid of this where it shows our names below us. So watch. Boom. It's back. Anyway. Guys, we're going to kick it in, believe it or not, as promised, to the last segment of the night, which is the investor place coverage. I want to pay attention to this because it has information in regards to what's going on currently speaking in the market. And I know you guys are accustomed to getting that at the beginning of the week, or if I do a special broadcast of the weekend, you get that. And we didn't do it this time because I had my technical problems with all my research being rugged right as I'm going to literally start the show. But, nonetheless, I would like to get into it. It was a big report. I think we should share this back. Actually, this is perfect timing, Rob, because you just shared some things. So I think this is going to be solid to share this with the community. So everybody's here tonight. Smash that like. You'd be glad to do so. This is some bonus coverage as a thank you for everybody that sat and listened and was patient in regards to the research. basically speaking, we are at 567 on the live, 514 on X, 53 on YouTube. X gonna give it to you, right? How about that? So special guest is Rob Mass Crypto Future. Let's give him a plug real quick because he deserves it. He can be followed, just in case some of you guys don't know Rob for whatever reason. You should. He can be followed on YouTube.
You better
Here
ask
is-
somebody.
That's right. He can be followed on YouTube. He is Crypto Future 99. Not to be confused with 99. It's Crypto Future 99. No, I'm kidding. Crypto Future 99. He is Rob Mass, and speaking of Rob Mass, he covers obviously not just Jasmy but quite a few other tokens and coins, like you see here. Some of his latest videos that again, guys, these are the recorded video sections. He covers Propy regards to real estate, Uniswap. A lot of fear about Uniswap. Again, guys, like I pointed out. Watch out when the V4 happens. 99% savings on the V4 contract. Again, it has to be on that contract, though. Okay? Covers ICP, quite a few other things here. And then if you go to live, he does a lot of live shows, charts, hangouts. Great member of our community. Give him a follow, help him grow. And he can also be followed on X at Rob Mass, ROBB. So all you guys spelling his name is ROB. I guess it really is ROBB, right, Rob? All
Correct.
right.
Yes, it's 2 B's. Yeah.
Cool. All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to jump into, obviously, that investor plays coverage. I'm just going to have to double check. Oh, they signed me out. Yeah, because my computer crashed. Not crashed. My freaking power went out, which crashed my computer.
Damn.
Yeah, it was like, wow, this is designed, right? Like literally, I'm kidding you guys. Like, I just think it's a coincidence. But yeah, I thought it was something else to see that'll happen right before the show. I mean, that was like, oh no, talking about having to scramble, right? Man, that was challenging, All right, let's see here. Gosh dang it. Oh, I had all caps on. All right. There we go. Let's see the last one on this particular one, guys. You're going to see some charts here. You're going to see all sorts of things that you want to pay attention to. I'm going to pull it up here in just a moment. I'm about to have that primed and ready, but that's what happens sometimes. So yes, let's see here. All right, it's all zoomed in. Let's go ahead and share this on the screen. Last bit of coverage tonight. Let's get into what we have. Let's see if we can tick up to 600. That'd be pretty nice. All right, so you see here some specific things in regards to this particular weekly update. Now, I'm sure all of us are following the whole thing, what's going on with the crisis over in the Middle East and so on. But Investor Place points out some key things in regards to that. So again, a little bit about to elaborate more on what Rob was talking about and so on. Let's get into this for a second. Let's full screen this, put the emphasis on the material instead of our mugs. Rob has a nice haircut. We should focus on material. All right. So check this out. And weekly update, just like what Rob was mentioning earlier in regards to Bitcoin. What do we have? Well, you will see from Investor Place that over the weekend, they reported on the whole thing of geopolitical mumbo jumbo. You want to call it ridiculousness? I don't know what you want to call it, but we're all excited about what's going on in regards to the pre-halving because we're literally days away from the actual halving. Is an opportunity to buy the dip? I think it is. I mean, there's so many projects that are significantly down. I'm looking into do a deep dive on Luxo. Just giving you guys a heads up about that. There's some significance in regards to Luxo. I want to give a shout out to Praetorian. So, I mean, there's not billions of tokens, and they're not even tokens, they're coins. And so very scarce, limited supply. The founder of Luxo is the co-founder of Ethereum, believe it or not just Hoskinson. There's another particular guy. He is, again, I'll just tell you real quick, the inventor of the ERC20 smart contract. Now, I know some people are like, oh, it's just pure garbage. Hear me out. Say what you want. That is still the most used smart contract out there, whether we're fans about it or not. So this guy went off to leave and do his own thing. He created his own blockchain, Luxo. And I think there's some value in that. And I'm looking to cover it more, but we hit bottom a few days ago for Luxo. And there is dips to buy. SHX, obviously, you guys bought more. Swift Coin, I think Rob obviously, Rob covered your Swift Coin also. Brew Black, lots of great sales. Okay. How about Quant? Great sale on Quant. Jasmy, great, again, Stellar. How about that? My God, 9 cents for Stellar. H bar was super cheap, around 7 cents. So, I think Investor Place is right. Like, should we buy the dips? Again, not financial advice, but look what it says. This whole thing about BTC tanked by 9% Saturday afternoon. It tanked a little bit more as of the writing, but they're not worried. History as our guide. We believe the sell-off is only just kind of like the start of previous things that happened in the past. Geopolitical developments tend to impact markets in the short term, but over the long haul, historical events like 9/11 have ultimately not affected corporate earnings or investor enthusiasm for risky assets. And I understand it. 9/11, that was years before the concept of cryptocurrency and so on. I get that, guys. But look what it says here. We could see markets take a hard hit if tensions between Iran and Israel were to boil over into a full-blown war. Right? Everybody's wondering about that. Stocks and cryptos crashed on reinflation fears, war jitters, pre-halving nerves as well. But Investor Place is still feeling bullish. And they don't just say that because it's a cool thing to say and, meets the narrative of public opinion. Do they actually have something to share? As the saying goes, numbers don't lie, or history, we learn from history, right? I'm a former history teacher. I'm always telling our kids in the classroom, I mean, telling older people this. We have to learn from history. Otherwise, we don't have anything to reference. That's the bottom line. Let's reference this. What are we talking about? Take a look at this. Pre-halving crypto crash creates a compelling buy-in opportunity, but not quite yet. I don't quite agree with all of this because you should have a watch list. You should pay attention to the all-time lows, all-time highs of that. You have to have a plan by now. If you're brand new to crypto, they understand, maybe you guys get like a pass because, everybody's new at some point. A lot of these were down, some were up. But as of this writing, at least over the weekend, only 6 of the top 100 cryptocurrencies rose this past week, pre-halving jitters, again, like it mentions. But Bitcoin rallied strongly in the months leading up to a halving, guys. Were you aware of that? History seems to be repeating itself. Bitcoin soared from January to April. Now a few weeks ahead of the fourth halving, as we pay attention to these 4-year cycles, right? BTC is pulling back. Again, a little bit more about what Rob was talking about, but like more details. This is very consistent with historical behavior around halving events. And this is why I want to point this out to you guys, because this is beneficial for you. This will help you have an idea. Good news is that both second and third boom cycles, pre-halving sell-off didn't last long. And then almost immediately after the halving, BTC then consolidated for a few weeks in each cycle before starting to soar about 2 months. Listen to that, guys. 2 months after the halving event. From there, BTC never looked back in either cycle in 2021 or even 2017. And let's reference this for a second. And then I want to get Rob's take on this for a second. After that, I'm trying to put you on the spot, my friend, but you do cover this stuff. So Bitcoin price action around the halving events. Second halving is in orange. Third halving is in blue. And fourth halving in white. And so you can see what's going on with that. And with that said, let's take a pause. I do want to hear Rob's take in regards to that. So, the way I look at it, I've been covering this stuff since, 2022, talking about these cycles, Rob. I am even that much more bullish about what's going to happen because the way I look at it is, again, back to what Investor Place said, Rob, and that is, what are we going to reference? We should reference the past to have an idea where we're going. How many people I've seen already with this shakeout? Oh, I'm done. Oh, there's too much doom and gloom. Oh, there's definitely going to be World War III and all this stuff. Can we all agree that we're living in the second Cold War, but we're not in World War III yet? That's just my opinion.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ridiculousness going around. I've had some people tell me that some other content creators that are telling them that we've already peaked and stuff like that in terms of the bull run. Like, we're not even at the halving yet, man. So there's something that people have to understand that I know is really confusing, and I think that this is going to wreck a lot of people. A lot of people are going to miss out on opportunities in this bull run specifically because there's a narrative going around that's very popular about how everything's happening a lot sooner in this bull run, right? So this cycle's different, abbreviated bull run peaking in December, all that stuff, right, guys? When you look at the metrics, and I've showed these before, guys, right? If you look at the Google Trends, YouTube searches, Google searches on how to buy crypto, people watching YouTube videos, you can look at all these metrics, guys, and you can go over them from the past 2 cycles as well, like Max was saying, and you'll see that the only thing that's different right now is Bitcoin's price action and Bitcoin's price action alone. And the reason that that's happening is because of the artificial inflation by these ETFs, right? Otherwise, we would be right on track as per usual when it comes to the halving, when it comes to the pullback, when it comes to the parabolic run, right? If you look at just the altcoins, everything else is completely on track with where they were in the last 2 cycles. And I think when I say that I think a lot of people are going to get wrecked by this, it's because a lot of people are going to think that the market has peaked in December and they're going to get out. And then we're going to run all the way into Q2 of next year, and people are going to be pissed because they're going to miss the bulk of the parabolic run. For me, if you're going by the traditional 4-year cycle, which again, like Max said, you probably should do, because history is the best indicator of future action. Is it going to be identical? No, but it's going to give you a pretty damn good idea of where we're going to head, right? So in saying that, we should start to see the parabolic run should start around October, November, which is about 6 months after the halving, right? And it should run until about Q2 of next year, in my opinion, roughly. So you've got if you look at the past 2 cycles as well, another indicator you could look at is from the Bitcoin halving to the peak of the cycle, it's roughly 500 and I think about 560 something days, 65 days, something like that, from the halving to the peak of the bull run in the last 2 cycles. So 8 years worth of data we're talking about here, right? So if why all of a sudden is the market going to change because ETFs got approved? Yes, the price of Bitcoin has continued to climb faster, but in saying that, another misconception that's happening is people are also starting to say that, well, the market's not going to crash. I just told somebody today in my live stream, actually, they were like, well, I'm hearing that, the market's not going to be as volatile and it's not going to fall. 2026 prices are going to be higher than they are in 2025. That's a dangerous way of thinking, guys. Dangerous way of thinking. In 2021, Max, you were here. You know what I'm talking about, man. In 2021, you had these bigger content creators and all over X and stuff. People were saying Cardano to $10, Bitcoin to 250,000, super cycle. 2022 is going to be bigger than 2021. And what happened? A lot of people ended up holding, thinking Cardano was going to go to $10, and it went to just under 4, and then it crashed. Everything crashed 90%, right? For the most part. So you can't get stuck in those things, right? You got to pick your price points and dollar cost average out the same way you dollar cost average in. If you pick price points on Jasmy, for example, if you think Jasmy is going to go to $1 and you got a dollar cost average your way out of there, let's say it's 62 cents, you start to lather your way out of it and you work your way up to $1 till you're completely out. If Jasmy goes to $2, that's none of your business. Who cares? Don't be upset because you set your goals, you set your price targets, you had a goal of how much money you wanted to make and you reached it. That's all you should be concerned with. Greed will wreck you in this market. Sorry to go on like that, but
No, I'm glad you mentioned that because you're absolutely spot on. How many people, for example, I've seen this, I know this is a meme coin, but Shiba Inu, I've seen people, give into that narrative of, because they see whoever, like, I didn't sell a single token. Okay. And these guys claim they have, like myself, like maybe over 1 billion SHIB. So you're not going to sell a single token, and you could see the height of that, which was 4 zeros and 88 or 89, and you didn't take a single one. So that tells me that you, like, what are you doing? If you're not taking profits, then you're just waiting for the next bull market. And then obviously that's what people did. And I have some friends in this community. I won't mention this particular guy. But, I mean, he's mentioned it before himself, but he didn't take profits, and it's a learning experience. But it's not just content creators. There's people who have said, yeah, I gave into that narrative, and because they put a lot of trust into the influencer, content creator, whatever you want to call it, and they didn't have a plan. Everybody should have a plan that's best for them and their family. Period. Back to what Rob said, because if you will let greed wreck you. For me, Jasmy, my own personal greed is not going to wreck me. Why? Because I have a diversified portfolio. That's why I'm not like some people are like, man, you sound like you're Jasmy Maxmy. I am pro Jasmy utility, community, all this stuff, which is great. But at the end of the day, if I was only invested into Jasmy, then yeah, greed would get in the way. And that's why, I'm big on IoT. I'm big on data. What do you call it? Digital oil, as everybody calls it nowadays, Rob. So obviously Filecoin and stuff like that. For me, I will not marry my Filecoin, but will I marry kinda, I guess you could say, my Jasmy? Yeah, because to me, there's more opportunity long term. But with the position I have in Filecoin, it will allow me, in my opinion, to at least get out maybe by the end of this year, or maybe wait until the end of the cycle, maybe 2025 and so on. So, yeah.
Yeah, sorry to cut you out there.
You're not cutting off.
I'm definitely the same. Like I said last week, someone asked me if I was like a Jasmy Max or whatever, and I'm totally not. Totally not. Anyone who watches my channel, I'm Jasmy heavy in terms of content, because that's generally what the people that subscribe to me want to watch, right? But I cover a ton of other stuff. Like I am very well diversified, and I learned that lesson with Terra Luna, right? I was well diversified across about 10 different projects when Luna crashed, and everyone was calling for a $600 Luna. No one saw it coming when Terra Luna crashed, right? Nobody. I don't care what anybody says. It was out of left field. Price plummeted. I lost thousands. A lot of people lost money, right? However, in a couple of weeks, my portfolio recovered because I was diversified across 9 other projects, right? So profits from those other projects sustained me, and my portfolio remained healthy and recovered, right? Like right now, like I got massive bags in, obviously Jasmy, Swiftcoin, XRP, HBAR, Sandbox, Algorand, Helium Mobile, Glimmer, Caspa, Miria, like, that's just off the top of my head kind of thing, right? So just some of my bags. So
Yeah, very cool. I mean, guys, it's just other examples. And, like I mentioned before, there's things I'm invested into that you guys aren't invested into. I've yet to see a single person of our community invested into like Clearpool. But yet, I mean, like, man, I mean, Clearpool is, it's one of my best performers. And, it's like real world assets, the tokenization of, when we talk about BSL, like DeFi credit unions and stuff like that. I mean, wow. Anyway, let's get into a little bit more about this, because I mean, there's a lot more. So we're sharing this, which was on the screen. It's always worth paying attention to. We're not going to make this like an hour deep dive or anything, but it's cited from Bloomberg. That's usually where we get all this stuff. And like it says, similar price action, unfolds in the altcoin market. Altcoins tend to rally nicely in the months leading up to a halving event. Very true. I've seen it happen last time around. And basically, it mentions that remaining, before the event, it remains flat for a few weeks afterwards. And about 2 or 3 months after the halving event, altcoins start to gather momentum. It's off to the races after that. What do we have to reference? I want you guys to see this, because I don't want you guys to think that as soon as the halving happens, then it's just like a straight line up. It doesn't work that way. What are we talking about? Let's share this with you. So you have this right here, and I would love to get Rob's take on this in just a bit. Let me just read this for a second. Altcoin price action around halving events. Second halving, again, that orange line. Third halving, again, last time around. Blue line. And then fourth halving is white line. White line represents where we're currently at, just in case if you're not up on some of this stuff. But Rob, I mean, basically, I'm going to have you come back into the frame. Look at that for a second. It's nice to have something to reference. This is what I love about Investor Place. They don't just base it on like, like I see people in the comments, and nothing wrong with this, guys. We always appreciate the community involvement. But you ever notice every single, broadcast you guys go to, whether it's morning coffee crypto or whatever, there's always that narrative of like, oh, I feel this way. Well, it's nice to feel a certain way. I feel a certain way. Rob feels a certain way. But when you have something that references the actual data based off of previous cycles, that's what you should pay attention to. Rob, look at that for a second.
Yeah, if you look at the dates on the bottom, it's a perfect example, right? The halving in April, and then if you look at where both cycles start to go parabolic, it's not until like December, right? I actually, it's funny you say that, because I talked about this a little bit today on the channel too, because somebody asked me like, are we expecting a pump at the halving? And absolutely not. No, we're expecting sideways, boring accumulation for another 6 months before before it's time to sit on your hands. But yeah,
Right.
so like
Yeah.
you've got that halving, and then boom, not till, and that's why I told everyone today, get ready at Christmas time, start looking at your portfolios, and you can enjoy the green at that point, right? But until then, I said, people are frustrated, put this down. Don't bother. I haven't looked at my portfolio value in 3 weeks, because it doesn't matter what the value of it is. I'm not selling until, probably 12 months from now. So frustrating yourself by paying attention to it when you've got that much more time. You can't see what I'm pointing at, but that much more time between the halving and the parabolic start, just the start, right? That's where the starting line is. Like you like to say, Max, like, we have 6 months before we get to the starting line of the parabolic phase. And then you have probably another 6 months of watching your portfolio go parabolic before you might start dollar cost averaging out or something. But it's still a patience game. It's still a patience game for sure. And really quickly, I'd like to reference something that someone said in my Discord today, and I touched on it earlier. They said, a guy made a comment that I'm going to give the market one more week, and if I don't like the way things turn around, then I'm just selling everything, right? And I said, you know what? The market, pardon my French on your channel, man, but you know what? The market doesn't give a shit about your feelings, right? You can have that kind of attitude if you want and say, if I don't see this start to go the way I want it to go, the market doesn't bend to your will. You've got 6 months of boring sideways, possibly downward action. Another chart I showed her, I wish I had it up earlier today, in last 4-year cycle, 2021 cycle, we actually had 8 dips during this whole parabolic run. We had 8 dips of 38 to 41% in the last bull run. That was just the bull run, right? And every single time people were panicking like, oh, it's doom and gloom, right? But it's perfectly natural stuff. So this pullback we're having now, like what's Bitcoin down on the week? It's down 12%. 12%. It's nothing.
It's pretty, yeah. I mean, it seems like it's something, but I mean, in reality, if you look at something like this, guys, when you see that example, that person that Rob was referring to, nothing against the person, because let's face it, there's people that maybe been into this whole thing. People call it a game, whatever you want to call it. Maybe you were like Legrand commission. This is maybe your 3rd or 4th bull run. We have other members of community that, this is at least 3rd or 4th. Some of FUD, some of the other guys. This is my 2nd. My thing is, when you talk about, like Rob was mentioning about this guy, that example is like emotions, really, being emotional, don't do that. Just reference history. And you can see right here. And just to give you guys the last time around, the one in the blue line. So, even the second and, 3rd halving, right? You can see that it's not just Rob's opinion, but Rob's opinion is actual fact. How? We have something to reference. If I would always tell all these kids, and I miss them. God, I do. It was nice to see a few not that long ago, but I tell them, guys, when you do a presentation, essay, paper, whatever the case be, especially at the collegiate level, you have to have something to reference. Your opinion is one thing, but you have to reference something to back up your opinion. All right? Because otherwise it's just a narrative, or where you want to call it. It's just that opinion. This is not an opinion. This is actual data that shows that example that Rob gave of that person, that he would have been emotional. And guess what? Yeah, 6 months. Now, could this one be different compared to all the other ones? Because, some people say, well, technically speaking, you have geopolitical things going on, right? I understand that. But at the same time, back to what Investor Place also reported in the outline, even dating back to 9/11, for crying out loud, all right? It didn't dramatically affect the stock market, which is crazy. Now, I understand this is crypto, but again, you got to keep in mind, worth referencing, share you a little bit more about this. There's not, I think we're about, close to done anyway. So in short, everybody, if you're paying attention to this stuff, and I do believe, because I gotten good feedback, you guys like it when I cover this stuff. In short, both Rob, myself, Investor Place, observing, these observations, the crypto markets. Guys, it's typical just before the halving event to see these things. There's no need for concern as of today, sudden crash, or the weekend, or even recently. Geopolitical tensions. Cryptos could struggle to rally if the conflict in the Middle East widens to include other crude-producing nations. Economic data from the last week, at least, indicates that inflation accelerated in March, and if the conflict between Iran and Iraq, for example, Iran and Israel causes the price of crude to surge toward 100, it could change the paradigm that the Federal Reserve is operating under. I mean, I went and filled up my tank yesterday. I paid like $60 some dollars. It was like $4.59 a gallon. I had my little discount of 20 cents off, but God, I mean, that's a lot. So it says could be bad news. However, leading indicators such as inflation, such as trueflation, which interestingly uses blockchain technology, that's funny, to track real-time inflation trends, are showing a significant decrease for April. The trueflation rate averaged around 2% in March. It is now below 1.75%. And so when you look at this and you reference what we literally just showed you, understand kind of like what Rob was talking about. 6 months, give or take, of sideways action. But meanwhile, because here's the picture. That's not an ad, everybody, if you're wondering. That is not an ad. All right? You can look at trueflation yourself. I would recommend it, especially since they use blockchain technology. So, meanwhile, as it relates to the conflicts in the Middle East, most political and military intelligence experts agree that neither Iran or Israel wants to significantly escalate the current conflict. I understand some people don't agree with that. Don't shoot the messenger. But over the weekend, that attack, which was Saturday, in which the Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps launched dozens of drones, missiles towards Israel, right? We saw the whole thing in regards to the Iron Dome and them blowing some of that stuff. But it was in response to Israel's strike on Iranian consular building, the consulate, I should say, earlier in the month in Damascus. Some of you guys follow this, some I do as well. But in Israel's strike, 7 people were killed, including 2 senior members of Iran's IRGC. Meanwhile, the world's most powerful country, the United States, is doing all it can do to de-escalate tensions. I don't know. I don't want to make this political, but anyway, it says President Biden cut short his trip to this particular beach to return to Washington D.C. in order to confer with national security team. And in this part, we believe the forces at play do not further escalation. But again, I understand it's a little bit mixed. I want to jump down to this part about the whole thing in regards to the changing in prices as far as crypto. Investor Place feels as though that the Israel-Hamas conflict hasn't caused major changes to crypto prices yet. A little bit, but not dramatically. Nothing like compared to what we see here recently. On the other hand, Israel has a robust crypto mining presence. Are you guys aware of that? Any disruptions could affect Bitcoin's value. On the other hand, Kumar Gaurav, CEO of Kasha, notes that cryptocurrencies have a resilient past during geopolitical crises due to their decentralized nature. Right. I love that we're pointing this out because here's the thing, guys. When we talk about geopolitical whatever, Remember what happened last time around? Last bull market? Remember the whole thing of we got the whole thing of the start of pandemic, right? So basically for us, it was kind of like September, like right around end of 2020, going into 2021, like summer 2020, things started to stud out. I remember the whole thing, when COVID happened, you saw Washington State, and everyone's kind of like, oh, this is going to bleed over to my state, and so on. Right. There's a lot of fear, and some people were like, well, what about even with crypto? I mean, I held some crypto, but it was just, BTC and so on. But I went from there to January 2021, and still that carried over in regards to the whole thing of the pandemic, 2021 and so on. Even 2021, so many people point out like, oh man, you don't want to get into investments right now because it's just all going to crash. And what did we see last particular cycle? It was the opposite, So, Rob, when you see some of these statements, like cryptocurrencies resilient during past geopolitical crises due to the centralized nature, my thing is like, yeah, investors might turn to crypto, and they do, as a safe haven during periods of uncertainty. We are in a height of the uncertain times, in my opinion. So doesn't it pound home that much more the bull run thesis, if you want to call it that?
Well, absolutely. It piggybacks into them turning the money printer back on too, right? That's exactly it, 100%, right? It's if anything, it's going to happen sooner now, which people who are into investing are going to know that what's that going to do? Oh, now we have inflation's going to get worse, right? Because they're going to start printing trillions more dollars to fund it. Because if the states gets involved in this, right? That's what they're going to do, man. They're going to turn the money printer back on. So what are people going to do? They're going to start buying Bitcoin, especially if you really, and again, another thing I talked about today, if you really pay attention to what's going on, guys, on Crypto X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, what are you starting to see over the last 2 days? I just played 2 videos from Fox Business today on my channel, right? You're starting to see Bitcoin having front page news all over the place. And this piggybacks into people asking me, well, people who've never been in a bull run before, like, why all of a sudden is retail just going to start pouring into the asset class? Well, you've got these geopolitical reasons, like Max was talking about, combined with the fact that the dollar will start crashing. They'll be printing it, and then you have all the media. It's already starting to be everywhere. I can't go onto X right now. This morning I go onto X when I wake up. Every other thing I see on X, Bitcoin halving, right? All over the place. Fox Business, Bitcoin halving, right? Pompliano all over freaking Fox Business talking about it, right? Like, guys, that's what happens. They're ramping up. This happens every 4 years. You start to see these retail people start to see in their peripherals, metaphorically, right? They're starting to see Bitcoin, crypto, Bitcoin all over the place, on the news, on their Twitter accounts, like everywhere, right? And then all of a sudden, what happens? The market starts to go up, right? Because people are going into these risk on assets, these hedges like Bitcoin. The price starts to rise of Bitcoin, and then it gets more coverage, right? Bitcoin just hit 100K. How much FOMO do you think that's going to create in the retail sector when that starts going all over Fox Business, and there's news articles on Cointelegraph and everywhere all over X, right? That's when retail starts to go, I got to get on this train, man. It's leaving the station, right? And as sad as it is, they end up being our exit liquidity at the end of the day, right? So it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And in terms of when, we already know when, if we're sticking to a 4-year cycle, right? Like this is to piggyback on what we were talking about earlier, in regards to this cycle, right? If you zoom out, guys,
I just added it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're still on our way up, right? If you really look at it, it's still on its way up. I was looking for the other chart. I had one from 2021 as well. And these dips, there was 8 of them, and there were 38 to 40%. So we're not even getting the violent dips that we had 4 years ago in the last cycle, and people are overreacting, right? Imagine if these dips were 40%. a lot of hands would be getting shaken out, right? We're spoiled this time around, in my opinion. So, like I said, it's not a matter. And guys, another thing that I went over today too is, like I said, you want to be patient, but at the same time, when you zoom out in the big picture, guys, I want you guys to understand that be excited for this bull run because it's going to be monstrous. We got the announcement from Hong Kong that they've approved the spot Bitcoin and the Ethereum spot ETFs, right? But they're waiting to put them out apparently until after what's happening in Dubai. We have the massive conference in Dubai going on right now, this big event over there, crypto event, right? I can't remember what it's called. Isn't it like something 2049, token 2049 or something? But anyway, like you're getting a lot of, who's who is out there right now, right? So again, back to Hong Kong, they've passed that. I just also shared a video about London press conference. They talked about passing regulation by June or July in terms of stable coins and staking, right? And they wanted to create a security sandbox to be able to put digital assets in there for big money to be able to purchase it through their hedge funds out in London, right? All this stuff is coming together this year, guys. And it's all coming together later in the year, right? Germany, their banks. I don't know if you saw that news today, Max, about Germany and their federal banks are going to start custodying crypto. I don't know. Did you see that today?
No, I was trying to do a lot of multitasking. I was like a lot of, how it goes, real, work and other things like that in real life. But I'll have to double check on that. I'll have to catch up on it, I should say.
Yeah, so like Germany announced that today, right? Not to mention they had announced the spot Ethereum and Bitcoin ETFs that they want to go live there with as well. Korea, guys, like this is.
I did see the thing about Hong Kong and all that. Yeah, sorry about that, but I didn't see it about Germany. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, Germany, they announced the spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs last week, I believe, and then today they announced federal banks being able to custodian crypto, right? So. Naturally, and like there's no secret the banks in the United States are pressing the SEC for that same ability right now. They want that money, they want those fees, man, right? That's everyone's getting on the ship right now, guys. Like, so it's coming to port, right? And 6 months from now, things are going to start to go, but in the meantime you got to be patient, you got to look at the metrics, and you got to be able to time things. Don't be listening to even myself, right? Don't listen to me. What the fuck do I know? I'm just a guy on my computer, right? I know charts. I know history, and I show it to you guys. You can take it and go look at it yourself and say, yeah, shit, Rob is right on this, right? But like other than that, pay attention to the last 2 cycles, guys. Like Max was saying, go back and look at what happened. Instead of asking content creators, I don't mind answering the questions and giving you the answers. But go check for yourself. Look at the past cycles, right? And pay attention to what's happening on a global scale as well, because these things matter, right? Every single day, people they ask me as soon as I go live, well, why is the market crashing today? Well, there's like 4 reasons. Pick one, right? But to not know any of them is a problem. Is I guess the point I'm getting across.
It's part of the journey. I mean, for me, it's like. I've noticed that people this is no disrespect to anybody, but it's like I have noticed because I witnessed it myself. So people have experienced, like, for example, at least the previous bull run. They will pay attention to all these things you're talking about, like more than the next guy. But in reality, it's the new guy coming in that should pay attention just as much as the next, like that guy. We should all pay more attention to it. And hence why, people are paying attention. Speaking of people paying attention, 620 of you guys are obviously paying attention. You guys rock. Thank you for that. Give Rob a follow. To wrap things up, we do need to reference just a couple things here. Because, I mean, it's on the minds of a lot of you guys, right? Like, let's just be honest about that. So a little bit more from Investor Place. Look at this for a second. We just talked about, the impact of the whole thing, right? The bigger picture. You will see here that market movements are currently more influenced by influential figures, policy changes, and general market sentiment. as we see the macroeconomic drivers influencing cryptocurrencies improving as we approach the halving, right? We'll see that improve, I should say. That, of course, means this pre-halving crash is a great opportunity to buy more cryptocurrencies, but not quite yet. Again, I don't agree with this. I feel as though, I kind of do. I feel as though, like, for example, CMC, it's free. Have a watch list, right? On that watch list, do you see one that's all-time lows or close to that? Or you didn't hit your goals and it's like, wow, this is a big sale right now. That's what you should pay attention to, right? We understand that, Investor Place does a great job of covering, for example, these cycles, but I just want to point that out. They, as an Investor Place, want to see more signs of a technical bounce out of Bitcoin before we take more shots on the goal. Bitcoin did bounce very nicely off that 100-day moving average last Friday afternoon, which is promising. They want to see the whole thing follow through on this move. A lot of you guys are paying attention to this, but it says if we do, and if Bitcoin pushes higher back towards 70K plus, and we'll also get a bullish moving average convergence divergence, which, as we know, Rob and I and so on, MACD crossover for the first time since early 2024. And that crossover will be the buy signal. For me, again, I don't need the signals. I'm going to pay attention to what's on my watch list. But again, I understand for a lot of you guys, you do pay attention to this. And Rob, one more time, if you don't mind, look at this. I've seen you on your channel. Sometimes I'm basically driving, and I'm listening to you as well. But I know that you cover quite a bit of this, right? And I know that you mentioned some of these key things. So can you just take a moment, kind of elaborate on that?
Sorry, buddy, I was reading. So.
Oh, no worries.
Sorry about that. So what do you ask me to elaborate on exactly here?
Oh, no, it's all right. So they were talking about this whole thing of how they want to see a follow through on this move from the 100-day moving average, right? And if Bitcoin pushes back towards that 70K plus mark, how they feel very bullish about, because it'll be for, in regards to MACD, this crossover will be the first time since early 2024. And for their community, right, they said that, it's a buy signal. For me, I'm paying more attention to my watch list. But as you can see right here, I know for a fact you cover some of this stuff. I mean, that crossover is that is a big deal.
They are. They're very, very bullish, very reliable signals. And also another thing that I was looking at, I started paying attention to it. Shout out to Tech Dev, pointed it out. And I went and I looked at it, and again, like on the weekly as well, we've also had 2 candle closes outside the Bollinger Bands, and the last 2 times that's happened in the last cycles, it only happens once per cycle, right? And the last 2 times it happened, Bitcoin doubled in price over the course of 3 to 4 months. So he's calling for $140,000 Bitcoin by the end of July, beginning of August. And it's been, again, it's just one more metric. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying it's one more metric that has remained consistent over the last 3 cycles, right? So absolutely, nice. These technicals can definitely be very, very informative. And I tell people all the time, listen, if you're bored, if you're at home, you're waiting for Max to go live or something like that, like Google candles, right? And learn the candles and stuff like that. Learn the patterns of these charts, right? You can teach yourself. It's not hard, right? To be able to identify certain structures and certain candles and stuff. It's just simple Google searches, right? And you maybe print them out and have them by your computer so you can kind of learn. Always be learning. That's the thing with this stuff, right? Never be 100% reliant, because yes, these charts are very, very reliable. They're very, very stuff like the Bollinger Bands, the bull pennants, all that stuff, right? Like Jasmy and Bitcoin are both in bull pennants right now. When are they going to break out? Who freaking knows? Over on the daily, right? But that being said, will Bitcoin, because of the Bollinger Bands breakout, two weekly closes outside of it, will it pump to 140K by the end of August, beginning of July? I hope so, but I can't promise, right? But again, it's one more catalyst from history that we've looked at, and I went over it myself, and I would encourage you to do the same thing. All 3 times it's happened in all 3 cycles, Bitcoin did double minimum in price. It went up 200% the first time, 100%, and then like 250% or something like that within 3 to 4 months, right? So it'll be interesting to see how these things play out. It also keeps you interested too, to be interested. Hey, let's see if this plays out, right? Instead of being stressed about tomorrow, hey, this is what potentially has happened last time. Let's see if it happens this time. Be interested. It keeps you interested in and not just focused on the total value of your portfolio, right? But
Yeah,
yeah,
like
absolutely.
Michael Cornwell will say, Elon Musk, he was like, everyone's paying attention to their great portfolio. Anyway,
Little Beavis and Butthead action there.
exactly. But who in reality, who is being a butthead about some of this stuff? It's like some of us can do that because we allow ourselves to get emotional. Don't get emotional. Just reference history. That's why we pull up some of these things. It's not just because, oh, that's the cool thing to do. Like, I'd rather just base it off of something that seems solid instead of just an opinion, right? This last part, I swear it's the last part. They said basically until all this in regards to, if you're just wondering, just tuning in, until the whole thing of like the MACD hitting 70 plus K, they'll wait. They're going to be patient. And, they feel as though they're going to be ready to buy once that signal appears. And they feel as though that this could come soon in the coming week. I mean, maybe you guys feel the same way as well. But guys, I mean, again, do you feel as though 70 plus K for the MACD? Again, that'll be first big sign since early 2024. And then the other key takeaway, other than, by the way, check out Trueflation. It's a great site. Is this right here. And don't forget it. Don't ever forget it, because when you're watching some of your other morning crypto shows and so on, we hear those opinions, and there's nothing wrong with people having opinions. Everybody's entitled to have an opinion. You will hear that narrative, and you may see about 10, 20 people in the chat, and it's just like all the same narrative. Like, oh yeah, you're right. It's almost like it's like a crypto mob of people claiming that all this stuff is just going to go to, like Dan Pena would say, F and zero. But in reality, it's not going to go to quote unquote F and zero, because lost seed phrases for one, right? It's never quite zero. But again, the white line, where do we go from here? Well, we'll find out. But if I'm basing off of previous cycles, I have an idea. And yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on that again. Just definitely the golden cross on the MACD is definitely one of the most reliable and bullish signals. Definitely, right? Has it played out every single time? On occasion, no. But it is, I believe it's like 85% reliable or something like that. Something along those lines. Don't quote me on it, but it's something along those lines, right? And so, yeah, the golden cross definitely. But you also have to keep in mind, like the death cross can be, which is obviously the opposite of the golden cross, can be a lagging indicator. So if we were to see, a death cross, for example, in the bear market, sometimes we would see a death cross, and people are like, oh, but we've already been dropping for a month. Well, it's usually a lagging indicator in that aspect, right? The golden cross.
Oh no, did I lose Rob? Oh, yeah. You got some leg. You said golden cross and you froze. You're back.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So like the gold, yeah. So it's the point is it's very reliable, and it does kind of go hand in hand with something that with what Tech Dev had said, expecting, and also we've got Plan B, same thing with his charts. The guy's got like a million of them, right? He's expecting. I think on his stock to flow. I think I was reading it yesterday, and I think it said he's expecting like a $440,000 Bitcoin by the end of this bull run.
I believe that he would say that because I don't know if you remember this, Rob, back in 2021, you remember what his bold statement was going into 2022 and all that? Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, I mean, his excuse for the last bull run with his stock to flow kind of, messing up was he said that COVID kind of, held it back. So now this market cycle is going to overperform because it underperformed last time, right? I mean, excuses, right?
Yeah, no, that's all right. I mean, it shows he is human. I don't know, disrespect to him. I mean, he does have some good, valid information. I will say that.
Oh, absolutely. His chart has been right a lot in the past. But what I would say, in all honesty, guys, while we talk about these signals, these charts and stuff like that, and they can be very reliable things, again, they have to go hand in hand with what's going on in the world. These things matter, right? The Middle East is a perfect example. What is the DXY doing, right? What is the S&P 500 doing? What's the stock market doing, right? What's going on? What's Congress doing, right? What's Gary Gerber doing, right? Like, these things matter in the market, and it's a lot. That's why people like Max and I and Jesse and all that, like, we do this because it's a lot. It can be a lot to pay attention to, right? Like, if you'll notice, Max and I, sometimes we cross over with some of the stuff that we talk about, but a lot of times we talk about very, very different subjects because there's so much going on, right? And to be aware of all of it for one person it's impossible, right? You can focus on the charts and the signals. You can focus on the geopolitical, topics. You can focus on the deep dive research and what a company specifically is doing with, with microchips in your brain and stuff like that. And, there's so much, guys, right? So you've got to keep your head on a swivel, is all I'm saying. Don't take one chart, one signal and say, oh, this is going to happen for sure, right?
You are absolutely right. Guys, we're going to read the last bit of comments. We're going to wrap it up here in just a little bit. It's been awesome having our special guest, spontaneous special guest, Rob Mass. And I'm a spontaneous special guest, at least last week, right over on your channel. We've been getting a lot of good feedback from the community saying that they really enjoy when it's you and I, like, I guess mingling, or what do you want to call it. I feel the same way. You're awesome, Rob, and the community knows that you are. We have an awesome community when it comes to Jasmy. I always point this out. It's not just Jasmy. I mean, even we cover other things, but I will point out, because people have mentioned when it comes to Jasmy community, it's like, this is great. We have that meme coin community, but with like multiple layers of utility, and it's thrilling. It does create excitement. And yeah, even in this year, it's my top performing one, that and SHIB. But actually, was it SHIB, LCX, Clearpool? Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know if you saw it over on Twitter, but apparently it's in demand that you and I start a podcast together. So
yeah, I did see something about that. Yeah, and I saw some people from the community. Shout out to River E Rock. Look at this for a second, just in case you guys think that we don't have much going on X and you're watching only on YouTube. Look at that for a second. Look at this. This is River. He says, come join DPG Maximus and crew. Obviously Rob and so on. Do it now, right? And as you can see, 581 live on X, right? And then over on YouTube, we have about 43. It's just a weird thing. It is a frustration. I'm sure Rob probably seen it too. It's like, great numbers on X, not monetized, but with anything, I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. I need to stop the infinite loop of mirrors, like we're at that's it's kind of trippy.
I've noticed what you just said too, man, is that like with my live streams, same thing. Like when I'm streaming, I'll have like 300 people watching, and then I'll go to how many people are on YouTube? 100. There's like 250 on X, right? I'm like, oh, come on.
But that's still, that's a great blessing to have, so many people, even on YouTube. I mean, I remember, like, again, like with my old partner, it was like actually we're still in April, right? Yeah. So April, I think it would have been like the 17th. So literally, I think 2 days from now would be the 2-year mark of me doing live streams. Not the 2-year mark of me doing content, but the 2-year mark of me doing live streams. So that'd be a significant day. Anyway, and that is we had like 2 people watching, man. You know what I mean? And going from that to to this. So yeah, a combination of factors, bull run, right? More viewers.
We were reminiscing the other day on stream on my channel there, because when we first started, like the 28th of this month, so like 12 days from now, is the 1-year anniversary of my channel. So we were talking about that, and then how in the live streams, like you said, when we first got started, there was like 5 people, right? It's just they were like 30 minutes long, because I go through all the news. Very few people were talking in the chat, just a couple OGs, and then but those people are still with me today, right?
And they're going to continue to still be with you because people appreciate substance. They can get fluff anywhere. Anybody can get that. You provide something with substance, like research, you back it up. You obviously, like, I'll give you credit where credit's due. You know a lot more about as far as how to read charts and the technical things, like you mentioned earlier, than I do. I welcome that. That's why, like, I like Investor Place because they give it to me all like in a 1 week summary. But to have somebody like yourself to come on and elaborate and share your own 2 cents, because, like, obviously, like you mentioned, you study some of these things. I more than appreciate that. So thank you, brother, for that. Pretty cool stuff. We're gonna read a few more comments. Then after that, we gotta end the show because it ended up being WrestleMania. I want to make a disclaimer: there will be no show with me tomorrow. So by all means, go watch Rob tomorrow. Do it now. Why is there no show tomorrow for Max? Yeah. Well, you guys gotta keep in mind that it's because of the NBA schedule. So this time around, NBA basketball is my main sport, that and boxing, but mainly NBA. My Phoenix Suns avoided the play-in. Yes, go Suns. 6th seed. Defeating Minnesota Timberwolves. Nothing against you guys are maybe Timberwolves fans and so on. So they avoided the play-in, but just because the Suns are in the playoffs, I love watching the play-ins. So yeah, starting. So I'm not going to be here with you guys tomorrow. Most likely not. There's a chance. Maybe if I do an early broadcast, but I have to find something that's just like, wow, like this has to be, shared. But anyway,
don't worry,
just
guys.
Yeah,
I'll make them jump into my live stream. Don't worry. Once the game's over, I'll have the game, so I'll know when it's over, and I'll be messaging them. I know it's over, Max.
Right there you go. I have to check my DMs on X. Let's read this from MKK. He says he's not sure if Japan will sell off to this war if it drops past 0.009. He'll sell now. Well, everybody's got to do what they got to do. But that's cool. Yamaha Pacifico, welcome. He enjoys the Jasmy info. Obviously, you get that for both of us. Let's welcome Sledgehammer. That was a while ago, 9:20. So I'm an hour behind the comments. So sorry about that. I'm going to see if there's anything specific that you guys want me to mention. Tiger Trong. Do you think BTC already is priced in? I think you talked about that briefly. You want to just talk about it for just a second? You think that's priced in? You think Investor Place is right, or we're gonna wait for MACD?
The MACD. Well, I mean, when he says is it priced in, is what priced in? Because I think what he's asking is, because usually when someone says is this priced in, it means an event, for example, the halving or an ETF approval or something like that. Usually the market, Bitcoin's price will appreciate before something bullish, and then it's turns into a buy the rumor, sell the news event.
That is true. Yeah, I was going to state real quick, Rob, is so, for example, my guess is the halving is on the 19th because enough indicators show it be the 19th. But some people, there's this guy on CMC, I don't know if you saw this, a community leader. He pointed out, he says, hey, everybody, that's a retail miner, if you will. Let's come together as a collective group of miners, and let's not even, let's not mine for a temporary, I forgot how many hours it was. It says, like, let's turn off our miners. I know it sounds insane. And the goal is to try to get Bitcoin, BTC, to 69,420. That way the halving event is on 420. And I called this before. I said, guys, if the halving is on 420, you know what that's going to do, Rob? You're going to see, I'm going to call it again, you're going to see a 420 meme token. I mean, absolutely you would see that. You know what I mean? And so, like, I don't know. One of those things will be a real popular one. Who knows? But anyway, epic results. Damn, bro, you are effing dedicated, he says. Went to dinner and gym, came back, and you're still on. Yeah, that was from a while back, but thank you. QT, the one to rule them all. Yep, absolutely up there. Element Rage, of course, you watch us both. Thanks, man. You like smart cities, Josh. Welcome back. I'm glad that you like the coverage, Josh. That you come here. You obviously join. Make sure you follow Rob as well. And let's see here, JH. I remember you because your name is all, like functified. It's a great show. Let's add this to the screen. You got something you want to share here, obviously. Go ahead, Rob.
Sorry, man.
That's all right.
I just want to add this real quick to the whole mining topic, right? Because people ask me like, well, how is the price going to appreciate, for Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So right now, the cost to mine one Bitcoin for the miners is $34,000 per Bitcoin. That's what it costs them to mine it, right? That's going to double in a couple days. So if that doubles, so the cost of mining a Bitcoin is going to be $68,000. What's Bitcoin's price right now, right? That would leave the miners in the red. So that helps you understand why the price is going to skyrocket of Bitcoin when the supply gets cut in half, right? The cost of mining it goes up. So naturally the miners sell it for a higher price, right? So easy to connect these dots. But yeah, it made me think of it when you're talking about the mining and the miners stop selling or stop mining for a day or something, right? But
No, it's all
sorry.
good. No, don't be sorry. Don't ever be sorry, man. Always be yourself here. I mean, I'm obviously myself over on your platform. That's all we'll say about that.
If you know,
right?
you know.
Yeah, some people knew last week, right? Yeah, I got some good feedback about that. They're like, yeah, you guys gonna have to do that again.
I told you we were gonna have to.
Right? Yeah, scam. Anyway, but Jasmy's your biggest holding, JHFKF. You basically JHFA, whatever you came in, you're like, screw it, I'm not doing a name, spray it on the keyboard, right? Anyway, it's all good. But I do welcome you because you seem pretty nice, and yeah. David Schickman, 702 Bill. I guess we'll get a little goofy with this one. So Schickman. Well, the United States government could go far beyond its current scope and force nearly every company and individual that provides any internet-related service to assist with NSA surveillance. Yeah, good one. All right, Jay Reyes says, thanks, Rob. You're very welcome. And what else you guys got? Wow. Russia, Ukraine. Obviously, you guys talking about this. Hold on a second. Russia, Ukraine is a question. Conflict didn't affect much crypto. Why would Iran, Israel? Great point. If anything, creates more supply and demand for these different types of assets.
Well, because also if the United States decides to get involved, which Biden is threatening that they will, right? Again, that affects the United States economy if the United States gets involved in armed conflicts, right? They, like I said before, they start printing money. People start to run into hedge assets to protect their capital, so on and so forth. It's a chain reaction, right?
Great point. We all know who finances Ukraine, Israel. Lol. Money printer goes brr. Yeah, just like a A10 warthog, basically. Yamaha Pacifica stopped in to get some ice cream. Okay. Yep. Let's read this. Funky action. Let's read this. How can we have all these spot ETFs if BlackRock is just going to end up with them all anyhow because they will jump ship for fees, right? That's a great question. But if you understand, like, my thing is this. All I can say, maybe you feel the same way, Rob. I don't know. Maybe you feel different. I can appreciate that Satoshi Nakamoto designed the Bitcoin white paper to have for-year halving events, because if it wasn't designed that way, if you think about it, then you would have a perfect case of BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard and you name it, Fidelity and so on, come in and buy it all up. They set their price, right? Because earlier somebody said, did they set the price? Maybe that's what you're referring to. They could set the price more than what it's worth to the rest of the world. See what you want with that. The whole thing with the halving events and so on is to prevent that, to a sense. We talk about decentralization. What's the whole point of a decentralized nature of things enabling centralized entities like your BlackRocks and so on to just own the whole entire supply of everything?
Well, this is why the spot Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs, but more we'll focus on Bitcoin here. Why the Bitcoin ETFs are so relevant coming out of a place like Japan, right? And also, just a side note, that mainland China will be able to participate as well, right? So don't get that twisted. This is why that's so relevant to the price action of Bitcoin. It's not just that more capital is going to pour in from Hong Kong, mainland China, and so forth, right? It's that these companies like BlackRock, Fidelity, ARK Invest, and so on, they know how the cow eats the cabbage, right? And when you see right now, you see the reserves of Bitcoin on exchanges right now are starting to run low. We've already seen reports. I talked about it a few days ago that these BlackRock and these hedge funds are starting to contact the miners directly to try to get their hands on Bitcoin, right? So what do you think happens when 20, like I think they're projecting like $25 billion coming out of Hong Kong into these spot Bitcoin ETFs? What do you think happens when that money starts to pour in and BlackRock looks over and sees that and says, shit, we're running out of Bitcoin here? FOMO starts to happen on a higher level than retail, right? Then it becomes a race between Hong Kong and the United States and Germany and London and there's only so many Bitcoin available, guys, right? And reserves have been falling at a dramatic pace. Take that into consideration is all I'm saying.
That's the way I look at it too. All right, we are almost to the bottom of the comments. Not that it's a good or bad thing. Let's read this from Dinji, aka Daniel. He says, ETF short term nice hype, but in the long run, it gives big institutions to manipulate even more of the market. Well, thank you for that, Dinji. All right, Edward Vincent says, "Damn, near WrestleMania tonight." That is true. And if anything, we have somebody that was a former wrestler, so that makes more sense, right? All right. Dinu says, "It's a nice collaboration indeed." Thank you very much. Jasmy podcast. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Cat Shield says, "Thanks, Max. Keeping it humble." I do try to stay humble. Well, then you should sit down. I am sitting down anyway. All right. Josh Corbin, BTC was mad with C++. And the last comment of the night is the code of BTC is secret, or could someone look at the code and replicate BTC? You're going to have to listen to more about that in an upcoming segment that we'll have when we talk more about Bitcoin. All right, so what we're going to have is a moment to give Rob the last word. Take it away, sir.
I mean, I guess I just want to say, guys, keep your head on a swivel. Pay attention to what's going on, right? Again, I'll be going live again tomorrow night. Max, you're not going to be on. I mean, shoot me a message if you do go live, brother.
Unless I'm off on something. I didn't read the thing right. I'm pretty sure the NBA play-in is tomorrow. So, yeah, I don't see myself like not being there. You know what I mean? So, like, let's see here real quick. We got, the play-in is literally, I'm pretty sure it's tomorrow. So, play-in begins 16th through the 19th. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow. So 16th, 17th. I don't know. It just depends. I mean, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But for the most part, I do like watching that. So. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, if like Max isn't going to be on, guys, I'll be streaming my normal time. I'll probably be on sometime around 7 because Max won't be on 7 Central. I don't know, whatever time that is where you are. If you have questions about what's going on, I'm sure tomorrow is going to be more drama in the market. So feel free to come over to the stream tomorrow and ask me your questions. I will be there. I got your back, right? I'll show you how the cow eats the cabbage. And just guys, dollar cost average, right? Stay calm. If you're feeling stressed, if you're feeling down, listen, I said this earlier today. Listen, put your portfolio down, guys. If you got kids, if you got a wife, a husband, you got a brother, a sister, parents, whatever it is, put your portfolio down, guys. It doesn't matter what the current price is right now. Go spend time with your family if the market's red. If you don't have money to dollar cost average, just forget about it. Go spend time with your kids. Me, you know what I did? My son just had his 4th birthday. I went downstairs and I shot the hell out of him with a Nerf gun, right? Screw the portfolio, right? Go spend time with your loved ones, guys, if the market's red. Appreciate what you got, because there's one thing, you can make all the money in the world in crypto, but you can't buy that time back, right? So why spend it stressed out?
How true is that? A couple of you guys, or somebody asked Rob's channel. Here's his channel, Crypto Future 99. Make sure you give him a follow and so on, or a sub. You'd be glad you did so, because I mean, he does way more live streams than I do. But he has substance. That's the key thing: substance and great research. Here's his X. He can be followed on X at Rob Mass. And with that also said, I'd like to thank everybody. Obviously, some great comments. You guys are very much appreciated. See, everybody sharing your channel. And I guess I'll leave you guys all with this last word, and that is, go watch Rob's show tomorrow, okay? And you can watch how the cow eats the cabbage, okay? Go back to Jersey, you bum. If you don't know how to watch the cow eat the cabbage, then you ain't part of my crypto future. Sayonara from the Race Consortium. Do it. Do it now. All right. That's a bad one.
I'll see you later, buddy.
All right. You guys have a great night. Bye-bye.